tires in the world? 215-263-WMMR. And it is Craig who we are going to go to. Yo, Craig, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
All right, good morning, Craig. What company produces most tires in the world?
Lego.
That's funny.
That's correct, Craig. Hang on, because they have those tiny, itty-bitty little tires, and they have to produce millions and millions of them. Craig got it right, so we're going to set him up with a pair of tickets to see Smashing Pumpkins' Spirits on Fire tour with Jane's Addiction and Poppy. That's Friday night at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. At the box office, number one, not a big surprise, Halloween Ends with $41.2 million. Followed by Smiles. They got a couple of horror
movies, doing well.
Then Lyle Lyle Crocodile, The Woman King, Amsterdam, Don't Worry, Darling. Barbarian was 7th, followed by Bros, Terrifier 2, and Top Gun Maverick. Still hanging at the very end there.
It's unbelievable.
10, that is correct. So I was bummed out that saw this news on Friday that Robbie Coltrane passed away. Of course, he played Hagrid in the Harry Potter franchise. And it's like fresh with me because I just finished the last book last week, and so therefore had been watching the movies as well. And so I was watching, earlier this week I watched Half-Blood Prince, and then I've started watching The Deathly Hallows, so it was really timely for me personally.
Who else could have played that role?
He was perfect.
He's just perfect for it.
72 years old. Coltrane featured in every Harry Potter movie, from Sorcerer's Stone in 2001 till Deathly Hallows Part 2 in 2011. And was much beloved for bringing the character from J.K. Rowling's book series to life. He was among one of the first characters to appear on screen, and he recited the famous line, "You're a wizard, Harry," to a young Daniel Radcliffe as he embarked on his journey into the wizarding world. Radcliffe paid tribute to his time spent with Coltrane on the Potter set. He said, "I have especially fond memories of him keeping our spirits up on Prisoner of Azkaban." He said, "When we were hiding from the torrential rain for hours in Hagrid's hut, and he was telling stories and cracking jokes to keep up morale." Emma Watson wrote on her Instagram stories, "Robbie was the most fun uncle I've ever had, but most of all, he was deeply caring and compassionate towards me as a child and as an adult. His talent was so immense that it made sense that he played a giant. He could fill any space with his brilliance. Robbie, if you ever if I ever get to be so kind as you were to me on the film set, I promise I'll do it in your name and memory. Know how much I adore and admire you. I'll really miss your sweetness, your nicknames, your warmth, your laughs, your hugs. You made us family. Know you were that to us." He is a Scottish actor, and he also appeared in 2 James Bond films.
Yes, he did.
1995's GoldenEye and 1999's The World Is Not Enough.
He was excellent.
Yeah, he was Zukovsky in those films. One of his first major appearances was on the British sketch comedy series called Alfresco in 1983. He starred with other soon-to-be greats like Hugh Laurie, Emma Thompson, and Stephen Fry.
Did you ever see any of his comedy sketch stuff?
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's primarily where I knew him prior to... and then the Bond movies, of course, but I knew him as a really funny comedic actor.
I remember him in a movie with Eric Idle where they were criminals and they played nuns.
Yeah, Nuns on the Run.
Nuns on the Run. Yeah. It was a cute film.
Yeah.
And so I knew he, was a comedic guy by nature. After hanging up Hagrid's moleskin coat, Coltrane starred in the acclaimed Channel 4 drama National Treasure, playing a retired comedian who becomes accused of sexual assault. And for the role, he had won a handful of Best Actor awards from British organizations. He's survived by his sister, Annie Ray, his children, Spencer and Alice, and their mother, Rona Gemmell. Casey, the actor's final appearance, by the way, with his Harry Potter family was on that Return to Hogwarts 20th Anniversary special released in January 2022.
It's terrific.
Thoughts on the series, Power also, the series' Power also serves as a stirring farewell to fans. We have a couple of clips of him.
Yeah. Two as Hagrid and one as he assesses the legacy of his character.
Call me a mudblood.
He did not.
What's a mudblood?
There's some wizards, like the Malfoy family, who think they're better than everyone else because they're what people call pure blood. More to the point, they've yet to think of a spell that our Hermione can't do. Don't you think on it for 1 minute. Eh?
Yeah. All right. Give me the one where he thanks Harry up there. Here we go.
If it hadn't been for you, Harry, I would, I'd still be you know where. So I'd just like to say thanks.
There's no Hogwarts without you, Hagrid.
A great character. And then we have a clip of him talking about the legacy of the character Hagrid.
I just think it's an end of an era. It's 10 years of my life, and my children have grown up during it, of course. The legacy of the movies is that my children's generation will show them to their children. So you could be watching it in 50 years' time. Easy. I'll not be here, sadly, but but Hagrid will. Yes.
By the way, the director of that, Casey Patterson, had said that Robbie was ailing when we were filming that, aware of his mortality and fiercely determined to have that final full circle experience with his beloved cast. And he spent days back on the original sets in conversation with them all. So he knew,
Must have been great.
He knew that he was ill. So that's sad news. So, but leaves behind great films, wonderful performances. So at least we have that. Moving on, Seth Green is the latest actor to come forward with a story accusing Bill Murray of inappropriate behavior. Like that, we're going to see more.
The
of this.
floodgates have opened.
Here's the deal, man, and I kind of have sat back and not really said too much, but I mean, there have been stories for ages of what a dick Bill Murray is.
Yeah.
And some people can get away with it just because of the body of work that they've put out, and people want to keep that image the way that is. But if somebody's just being an a-hole all the time, screw them. You know what I mean? It's just not, there's no reason to walk around being a jerk to everybody.
Unless you're just legitimately a jerk.
You're a jerk.
There are people who come to his defense, and certainly, you know, I've never spent a tremendous amount of time with the guy, but there are a lot of people that I consider to at least seemingly be nice and good people, and they have horrible stories about Bill Murray.
So he revealed on the Good Mythical Morning YouTube show, which is a great program, by the way, that he was only 9 years old when he had a physical altercation with Murray backstage on Saturday Night Live. We got a couple of clips of this. Here's the first one.
Bill Murray was hosting the show. Bill Murray, as everybody knows, is great with kids. So he saw me sitting on the arm of this sofa and made a big fuss about me being in his seat. And I was like, that is absurd. I am sitting on the arm of this couch. There are several lengths of this sofa. And he was like, that's my chair. And then my mom goes, since he's the Bill Murray, you should maybe give him his seat. And I go, are you this much of a jerk to tell a 9-year-old to get out of your chair? What is this power play?
All right. And then it gets worse from there. Next clip, Casey. Here we go.
He picked me up by my ankles. He dangled me over a trash can, and he was like, the trash goes in the trash can. And I was screaming. He dropped me in the trash can. The trash can falls over. I was horrified. I ran away, hid under the table in my dressing room, and just cried, and was like, oh my God, I don't want to do the show. I can't believe this happened. I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
Oh, my God.
It was eventually,
that's awful.
Eddie Murphy came to him and, said, forget this. You'll get past it. You just be the professional. And sort of encouraged him.
All of this happened at SNL?
Yeah, when he was hosting it. And because apparently Seth Green was there to be a part of one of the sketches.
Okay.
So he said he had said that he was on Saturday Night Live when Mary Gross was on was one of the on-the-scene anchor people for the news, and she did a whole thing about what kids think about Christmas holiday. So he was hired there to be a kid actor.
And Murray was back as a guest, as you said, and that's a legendary bad week for Bill Murray, and apparently he treated the cast horribly.
Wow. Green's story comes on the heels of Gina Davis's revelation that Murray was also inappropriate with her during the making of their movie Quick Change. She said Murray tried to use a massage device on her during the first meeting and later screamed at her on set as well. So, I'll guarantee you more of these stories are going to be coming out from actors, from people who've worked with him. I'll guarantee you.
Is the Bill Murray that we? Oh, well, no, because he just had that episode on the on that movie set. Because I'm trying to think, Bill Murray that we've heard about over the last few years has been this Bill Murray who maybe
taking a turn
is not happy with the old Bill Murray,
right? And it's like at weddings, is jumping and helping out at receptions, and is taking pictures with people, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Maybe a turn has taken place. In the broad scheme of things, it is what it is.
Yeah. Maybe, but I mean, hey, he does fun stuff. He does nice stuff for people, but then he's a dick to other people. You know what I mean? You can get rid of the being a dick part.
Not
and
to draw.
still be fun and have a good time.
Not to draw a parallel, but there is footage of Hitler playing with a dog.
No.
Yeah, there you go. Speaking of dogs.
Yes.
Thank you for the segue, sir. The dog that opened a can of worms with Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin is now a full-fledged member of the family.
Yay!
Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ that Dwight, who is the dog, by the way.
What they want. Dogs.
You want Dwight. So Dwight is not only living with the family in Hidden Hills, but Jennifer now really likes the dog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Came around.
So
After the character in The Office.
Jennifer didn't want another dog, especially a large one like a Rottweiler, but Sly prevailed and brought Dwight home. It became a source of conflict between the two.
Can I keep him, please?
Sly then covered up a tattoo of Jennifer on his arm and replaced it with Dwight, and sources say that was super upsetting to her. Whatever the case, all is forgiven. The divorce petition has been dropped. The family is fully back together, and they're super duper happy, apparently.
If you want to, then, so this says, if you really want to make a statement, do a tattoo cover over, and you'll get exactly what you want.
I can't believe this is like still in the news.
So the relationship was patched up, and he got the dog anyway.
Yeah. Sly gets what he wants.
Doggies.
Sylvester.
much is that doggy in the window?
Sylvester, Jennifer, and two of their daughters hit up a Ralph Lauren fashion show Thursday night. So they were clearly back on track.
I guess they all live together. I mean, the daughters are certainly adults. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't you want to live in that estate?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't have
Yeah,
to
can
go
I live in
anywhere.
a small ranch?
Yeah. Mel Gibson is back in the news, believe it or not. So, Mel, you're there, Mel. Mel can be.
He wants a dog, too.
He can be called to testify against Harvey Weinstein at the producer's upcoming Los Angeles rape trial, according to a judge there.
Could you repeat that again? For the court stenographer.
A judge ruled this on Friday. Prosecutors want to call the actor to support the allegations of Jane Doe 3, who claims that Weinstein sexually assaulted her after she gave him a massage at his hotel in 2010. According to the deputy district attorney, Marlene Martinez, the woman later told Mel Gibson about the incident during a massage, and Gibson's testimony would help buttress her allegation. The judge, Lisa Lynch, allowed prosecutors to call Gibson to the stand, and she also denied a defense request that they be allowed to ask Gibson about racist and anti-Semitic statements he has made over the years. But the defense will be allowed to ask whether Gibson holds a grudge against Weinstein. The defense argued that Gibson has ill will towards Weinstein, dating from the release of Passion of the Christ, which was widely seen to play on anti-Semitic themes. Weinstein later published a book called Perspectives on the Passion of the Christ, and that apparently challenged the film. I don't remember that. But
No, neither do I.
It was a deal.
Is it Passion of the Christ or Passion? Because there were two. Wasn't Mel Gibson involved directly? Wait,
The Passion of the Christ.
was he in Passion of the Christ?
He directed it.
He directed it, yeah. But there was a film just called
Passion. That was the one with Jim Caviezel. That was Passion of the
Jim
Christ.
Caviezel plays Christ in Passion, of the Christ.
No, that's just Passion. That's just the Passion.
No, it's the Passion of the Christ. You're right.
You might be thinking of Revenge of the Nerds.
Man, you know what it is? It's Passions. You guys remember that late night soap opera that used to be on?
That's what he's thinking
you're
of.
thinking
With
about.
the magic, right? With
Hang
the
on.
witch.
What's the one that I'm thinking of that came out in like the 90s? That
The
like
Last Temptation of Christ.
that's the one that I'm
All right.
thinking of. Oh my God,
Yeah, that was Willem Dafoe, right?
Willem Dafoe, yes.
William Dafoe.
William Dafoe.
And he played the Green Goblin in that as well, Preston.
So anyhow, back to Mel.
Oh, he's happy now. He got his dog.
According to the attorneys, Gibson told investigators that Jane Doe 3 had a PTSD reaction when he brought up the name Harvey during a massage. Gibson was talking about Weinstein in the context of a business deal. The woman stopped the massage, started crying, and gave the idea that Weinstein sexually assaulted or groped her. So that's why they're calling Mel in.
That was one of Harvey Weinstein's signature moves was the give me a massage move. Always in the robe, always go up to his hotel room. Horrible. Loathsome human being.
So Worksman, who is one of the attorneys, argued that he should be allowed to confront Gibson about his anti-Semitic tirade that followed his 2006 arrest as well as an anti-Semitic comment he allegedly once made to Winona Ryder and other racist statements. Lynch ultimately permitted the defense to ask Gibson about any animosity towards Weinstein. So I'm not sure when that is coming up exactly, but yeah, so Mel can be called to the stand.
I would have to imagine that Weinstein has the next 10 years taken up with trials that are pending against him.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, then one right after another.
Yeah,
There's
a lot
no way
going
he's
on.
not going to spend the rest of his life in prison. I mean, just because of the number of trials, and he's already been sentenced anyway.
Already, yeah.
Yep. Abigail Breslin, the actress, is sharing her experience with domestic violence in hopes of helping others struggling others that are struggling feel less alone. The actress shared a post on Instagram on Friday where she opened up about a previous abusive relationship. She said, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I wanted to share a little bit about my story. She said, I was in a very abusive relationship for close to 2 years. It all started out perfectly. I was so in love. Unfortunately, my abuser took advantage of my innocence and naivete, and the relationship subsequently became violent. I was beaten on a regular basis, locked into rooms, forced to pretend everything was okay and normal while dealing with intense injuries most people didn't even see. She described how she would hide injuries and how she felt during the ongoing abuse. She said, I would use concealer and a caked-on foundation to hide any and all bruises because in some way I still cared for this person, which is kind of a typical story that you
know. You hear it all the time.
Yeah, the physical injuries were also accompanied by a plethora of put-down, shaming, and harsh verbal abuse.
That's how you get the control there.
Yep. I felt so unworthy of anyone's love. I felt ugly and hated. I felt like I deserved less than dirt. It was certain there must be something inherently wrong with me. But she thanked the friends and family who helped her during this time. And she said, I'm beyond thankful for the support of my family and friends who played an instrumental and invaluable role in helping me leave this horrible situation. I will forever be indebted to those closest to me for them not only assisting me, but believing me as well.
You mentioned, Laurel House on the show periodically. That's where, if you have any situation, if you're listening and you have something like that, Laurel House is a great place to turn to.
Absolutely.
This is a question I have no idea what the answer is. Is it important to name the person who's done this abuse?
I don't know.
I don't know either, and I don't know if there's benefits to it or if it's something that should be kept anonymous. I really don't know.
That's a good question.
I actually spoke to a therapist, and not for myself, but I interviewed her, and she said that a lot of times the people who were abused want to get something out of it, and by naming them and confronting them and going to them, they don't always get what they need, and it can sometimes put them back in their progression, with therapy.
Okay.
And
Right.
so they kind of, walk a fine line with that when they do name them or confront them.
Sure. And then there's also the maybe responsibility of having that person not be able to do that again, the abuser. So it's it's not an easy answer to that. By the way, she's in a great relationship now. She's in a better place. She's very, very happy. She shared information with those who might need help to call the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. They have a 24-hour helpline at 1-800-799-7233. On to some lighter things. According to Page Six, Tom Brady flew solo when he attended Robert Kraft and Dr. Dana Blumberg's surprise wedding on Friday. This comes after it was reported last week that the quarterback and Gisele Bundchen have both hired divorce lawyers. So
Where's Gisele?
He stepped out
and talk about it.
on his own by himself. So that was a big public.
Imagine you're a possibly single Tom Brady at a wedding.
Think I might meet a couple ladies.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. Speaking of stepping out, Jennifer Lopez, and Ben Affleck made their first red carpet appearance as a married couple. They went to the Ralph Lauren Spring 2023 show on Thursday.
Tell me, do you like to canoodle? You will.
The couple wore all black Ralph Lauren outfits to the event.
They're a fine-looking couple, by the way.
San
They
Marino,
looked good.
California. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think she coordinates their outfits?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Make sure that they are dressed appropriately?
Yeah, I would say so.
They were wearing all black. Yep, they look good. They look happy.
Yes.
Let's be happy for them. Man, I got a couple other things that are a little bit on the
downer side,
more hard to hear, but I definitely feel the need to report these. You guys probably saw this. The NBA released a statement announcing NBA Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo is beginning treatment for a brain tumor.
Yes,
It was sad to see that. Per the statement, Mutombo is in great spirits as he begins treatment in Atlanta. The statement did not mention more about the type of tumor of Mutombo's prognosis. The 7'2" center blocked 3,289 shots over his NBA career and was inducted into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 2015. Twice during his career, he was recognized by the league with the J. Walter Kennedy Citizenship Award, an honor bestowed to players, coaches, or trainers that show outstanding service and dedication to the community. He's really known for that.
He's helped purchase a number of hospitals in Africa, correct?
Yeah, so he's many contributions to his native people and country. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo last year, he and several other NBA players joined high-profile investors to launch NBA Africa, and he also started the Dikembe Mutombo Foundation in the Congo in 1997. And he serves on the board of Special Olympics International, the CDC Foundation, and the National Board for the U.S. Fund for UNICEF. So hopefully he's getting the treatment that he needs, and that they will be able to get past this.
I think he's a worldly known good guy.
He is a worldly known. He could be the worldly known good guy for all I know. And then we'll do two more things. Ashley Judd says she didn't struggle with the decision to appear as herself in the upcoming film called She Said, which surrounds the New York Times investigation into Harvey Weinstein. On Thursday, she received a standing ovation where she appeared alongside other Weinstein accusers after the world premiere of She Said at the New York Film Festival. Judd, who was one of the women who spoke out on the record to the Times in 2017 when the newspaper broke the Weinstein story, she started the Q&A session by saying she wanted to acknowledge my sisters and thank them for their courage. And she said she appears as herself in two pivotal scenes. In one, she recounts to Times reporter Jodi Kantor, played by Zoe Kazan, her experience of Weinstein sexually harassing her around the time of 1997's Kiss the Girls. And in a later scene, the film documents when she agrees to be named in the Times investigation. Judd and Kazan also praised changes they've seen in the film industry in the wake of the Me Too movement. Judd said, I have reframed experiences that I have had to understand that were in fact harassment and assault when I had previously minimized them. It's directed by Maria Schrader and is based on the Times reporters Cantor and Megan Toey's 2019 book of the same name, with Kazan playing Cantor and Carey Mulligan portraying Toey. So I'm not sure exactly when that will be out, but interesting that Ashley's playing herself.
Yeah.
In that particular role.
Wild.
And then we have a clip of, no. I was going to play the clip of Bradley Cooper.
Oh, yes.
Was it from last night's game?
Yes.
Oh, he did the narration before the game?
Yes.
Huh.
Do we have it over? It's okay.
Yes, we do. It's
it was a little wonky.
Yep.
All right, so this is Bradley Cooper. Was he at the game last night? Does anybody know?
I didn't see him.
I saw pictures of it. It looked like he was he?
Marissa says no dice. He was not there, but this is the audio that he had supplied.
This is everything it's supposed to be. That as a Philly guy, yeah, I know we've got a reputation of being a little aggressive sometimes, and maybe some of us are.
Right?
I love his, and it had to grow on me, him as Rocket.
I love it.
From the get-go, I loved it.
It's the best. That attitude, I would love to see
And
that.
ESPN says he was at the game.
Oh,
I thought he was.
They didn't feature him at all on TV.
Okay.
Why didn't he? He usually gets in touch with you, Marissa.
I mean, they showed Joel Embiid. They showed
Meek Mill. They showed Mike Trout. They did not show him at all.
Yeah, there's a picture of him in the paper.
Okay.
Yeah, there.
All right, fair enough.
This reporter says,
We're ready for clips now. High School is a new series based on musicians Tegan and Sarah Quinn's best-selling memoir about finding your own identity. And here, creator Sarah Quinn talks about finally revealing the life of her and her sister before they became famous.
There was something about becoming public people at such a young age that made us want to protect the part of our life that came before that. But there's also something that is so special about sharing that story because it was so unique.
I don't think I want to see it.
Who are these people?
Tegan and Sarah, they're a pop duo.
Okay.
Maybe pop alternative duo.
Okay. High School's out now on Freevee. Here's the next clip. It just talks about them being famous.
I know. There's too many people who are famous now.
Yeah, there's
Stop it.
different levels of famous and lots of people that are
Some famous.
some famous and famous. Prison escapee Lynn Ford looks to get lost in chaotic 1980s Bombay and Shantaram. And then this clip, Charlie Hunnam reveals how long he dreamt of this role before scoring it. Here we go.
I was given this book 7 years ago by a friend of mine who had a dream because he thought that I would potentially be a great Lynn. And so I read the novel and got equally obsessed and so started our journey.
I don't give a
Shantaram Season 1 is available for streaming on Apple TV Plus now. I think Casey's going to play
a Tegan and Sarah song
Tegan
that I
and
know
Sarah.
that you know.
Okay. You know that I know that. Oh. School is out on Freevee if you want to see that. Tegan and Sarah. All right. Yay. It's Monday. Let's take a break and come back. One of the things that is wonderful about starting the work week again is the money that we have to give away. And, of course, that is with MMR's You Who Loot. So we will have that along around 8 a.m. Get yourself set for that. We'd love for you to win $1,000 this morning. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in a sec. Hang in there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
So, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the third or fourth episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No. Excuse me?
Was
But
it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck, and I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No case, my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's
She
just
didn't
hanging
know?
out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
they're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
Your boob.
your boob is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones I go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is a it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No, it's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Oh, my God.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
The bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh, my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Kat.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
What are you
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That we
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be
erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just
Why is Rambo here?
Just let him be
Okay,
here.
all right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra.
Rambo, that's
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Josane Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just saying institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems so that this time around it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Yeah, he's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a
And
second.
I love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all. and
He's
is
going about his
continuing to
business.
work.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry. I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey
Yeah,
doesn't
you don't
mind
mind,
dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the radio?
No, we had nothing to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
He's miming on the radio.
would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay, how did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: Is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have.
There's no way that was by mistake.
Hey, how about if you get a little taste of Landon Dickerson coming right down your throat?
That was Jason Ramrod pounding him in the butt.
What's that?
Yeah. Jason Ramrod. Now that I hear it, that was Jason Ramrod really pounding up his butt. Oh my! Wait a second.
Oops.
That was Billy Splooger sticking it all over the.
What's that?
Oh no!
All over his face. Man, he really gargled him. No.
No, there's no double entendre there. You're just making it sexual.
Yeah.
He brought the full load of his talent right into that guy's butt.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Guys, that was a mistake. He didn't know what he was saying.
He should have said, well, when he kicks, he really goes deep with those balls.
Yeah.
Remember the what was it, Gary Matthews thing? Sarge was you have to jerk off the ball. And then it makes it come or something.
No. If it comes, it comes.
That's it, yes. If it comes, it comes. Yeah. I remember.
He was talking about throwing a pitch and
Nick, you were a little more overt.
You jerk off the ball.
That was a mistake.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Really shot. He's got this load of talent. He shot that load all over it. Oh no!
Also, Michael Jack Schmidt saying he beat the hell out of his wife regularly. That's one of my all-time favorites.
No, wait. Here we go.
Golf.
Hang on. Here we go.
What's going to happen is that you jerk off the ball. I almost want to let this guy here jam you, and if it comes, it comes.
And then you call him the next morning and tell him you had a good time.
Wait, what's this one? Blow it a little.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Well, sometimes you want to blow a little bit.
Yeah.
See, that's fine. What happens is that they start to get very, or they think they're being artful with their.
Yeah, there were.
Mind you, they're filling up loads of empty time.
Yeah, that's
and
their
they're trying,
job.
Right, that's their job, and that's why obviously they're all professionals, and many of them do it so seamlessly. But still, you're prattling on. You're going to have one of those moments.
When the guy's name is Dicker, the first thing on your mind is don't say anything.
Right, exactly. And that more often than not, Kathy, makes you say it because you're attempting so hard to not say it.
Hey, just for fun, can you pull up the Mike Schmidt saying he beats the hell out of his wife?
Yes. Do you have it over there, Case? Because
And Harry's just like, you mean it golf, right?
The full clip.
I chase around the house and I punch the hell out of her, especially if my meatloaf doesn't taste right.
There it is, Case. It says beating wife.
Yep.
Right there. All right, hang on a sec. Here we go.
I've been beating the hell out of my wife pretty regularly. At golf, I hope.
Because you hear Harry, like, pause for a second.
Golf, I hope.
We need context.
No, not actually.
What have you been doing this summer, Mike?
I've been beating the hell out of my wife pretty regularly. At golf, I hope. At golf, I hope. No, at golf, yes. Line drive, and that's a fair ball.
Hang on, I'm going to call the game now.
I've been beating her and sleeping with a lot of underage women.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, anyhow, we had to...
Play the original again.
Had to play the Chris Collins.
It's just too.
Yep. Hang on. It's at a different part. Here we go. This is in the game last night. And
Oh my God. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I threw it at you last second.
There it is.
All right, here we go.
Hey, how about if you get a little taste of Landon Dickerson coming right down your throat?
I mean, listen, we have a guy on defense called Cox, and
Yeah.
I mean, and then they had Chris Long, and they sat next to each other on the bench, right?
Long Cox.
Yeah, Chris
Right
Long
next to each other.
By the way, tweeted last night, and that's where I found this Chris Collinsworth clip originally. But Chris Long's quote was just, "No thanks, America. I mean, no thanks, Chris. Love America."
Hey, how about if you get a little taste of Landon Dickerson coming right down your throat?
No thanks, Chris.
Probably fill your mouth up completely with the
What?
sports prowess.
With his helmet.
Yeah.
No, that's bad too.
my gosh, so sorry. It was all a
How
mistake.
much can you take without choking is what I'm saying.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, anyhow, we now have that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep. We now have that.
That enters the
years on.
The hall, do we call it the Julie Jerkoff Hall? I mean, there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many
one of the
great
best
ones.
ever.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
All right. Yeah, we'll have to go through all those sometime. Put them in a file. Hey, I want to talk about one of our show members who's had a rough weekend. Kathy, in between the segments here, was actually first time ever in my life
I
I've seen you
know.
lay on that couch over there.
I know.
And I'm like, what's going on?
That's
here?
the stripper couch.
Yeah, that's the old stripper couch.
We haven't had strippers in here in a long
Yes,
time,
so you
that's
felt
why I
confident.
felt okay going
All right.
over there. It's got to be sanitized at this point.
So, and then I realized it was about something you told us about on the phone last night.
Yeah, so I was out all weekend. Steve and I did an appearance on Saturday.
great.
We did fall activity. I went to a concert with Casey. I was all over the place and fine, feeling completely fine. I've been eating healthy.
Right.
Not really. I think I drank twice in like a month and a half, or
Right.
whatever. A
You're
month.
doing everything right.
Yeah, just sort of wanted to be healthy, kind of cleanse my system, lose a little weight, whatever
Sure,
it is.
yeah.
I woke up on Sunday in the middle of the night, so early Sunday hours, and I was going to use the bathroom, and I went to get out of bed, and I couldn't move, and I was like, what's happening? What is going on? So I have back pain.
Yeah.
It runs in my family. My dad, both my brothers, and me. We all have lower back pain.
So would you say on any given day your back is sore or tender?
It varies. I'll get maybe 1 week out of the month, or 3-4 days out of the month where it hurts and it's
Okay.
very uncomfortable, and I sort
It's
of
like
have
a
to
back period.
I have to skip my well, actually that's when it comes. But anyway. So I have to skip my workout,
Right.
I'll just go for a walk or something like
Sure.
that to kind of, help heal it. And so I stood up to walk away from the bed, and I couldn't walk. I was holding on to the bed, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Maybe it's just tight. You
Right.
have to, and I had to go to the bathroom. So I'm like, I'm going into the bathroom, and I went in, and the pain was so intense that I started to feel myself pass out.
Wow.
I started to sweat. I started to get the hearing, and my vision started to
Yeah.
go. And I was
Oh, no.
I need to get back to the bed before I fall. And so I ran back to the bed and literally plopped on it. And then I was able to find a position that relieved some of the pain, which is Preston, the position I was in over on the couch, which is
Holding your ankles?
No, one leg. Yes, my legs in the air spread, and I had holding both
The
ankles.
flying
Yeah.
W. Yeah.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it released.
Somehow
my-
it works. It just brings back good memories.
I'm sorry.
Hang on.
My back is killing me.
Yeah. Right. Excuse me, guys, while I'm at work. Yeah.
Hang on. This will be a moment.
Yeah.
You guys, just keep doing what you're doing over there.
You don't mind me over here.
Does anything help, Kath? I mean, besides getting in that position?
So I was able to fall. I took ibuprofen. I was able to fall back to sleep, but then I woke up, Sunday for the day and basically couldn't move. I couldn't get down the stairs.
So you were immobile. You were rendered immobile.
It was, and it was mind-boggling. I couldn't.
That's effed up.
It's never been like this before, and I felt fine.
Yeah.
Otherwise, other than the pain in my lower back, I was hungry. And I had so much on my list of things to do yesterday, and I couldn't do any of it. And I just sat there, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And it's a little bit better in that I was able to get down the stairs today without having to sit down and scoot down the stairs. But it's not good at all.
It sounds like, and clearly I'm not a doctor, but it sounds like a pinched nerve or something
Yes,
like that.
that's exactly
If
what
you
it sounds
didn't
like.
Do anything, if you didn't, pull a muscle or overextend something, it sounds like there's pressure on a nerve, and dude, that can be severely painful.
I don't know. And it is where I normally have the pain, when my lower back doesn't feel good, but I mean, it's times 10,000.
Oh, man.
Somebody texted and said, all you have to do is put your panties on backwards, and that should fix it.
There you
It
go.
pulls the weight the other way.
Well, and listen, trying to get a doctor's appointment, what that's going to take, who knows if I'm going to be able to go. I'm going to try the cryo and the infrared sauna today and see if that does anything.
What did Dr. Mike say?
He's gonna. I have to text him this morning, and he's gonna try to see if somebody can see me. I don't know.
Get you into Trinity Rehab too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we can get you in there.
Yeah, then maybe I have to go there.
Okay.
These guys have had great results.
Oh yeah, like today though.
They liked it so much they bought the company.
Yep.
But it's so ridiculous. Listen, you guys know me. I don't do well with aging, and I'm like, no. What do you mean you can't walk?
Okay, I'm going to defend you in this because I encountered Rockstar Rob over the weekend. He's got back issues, but there was someone who was 20s, talking about back pain knows no boundaries.
Well, and listen, like I said, it runs in my family, so
Yes.
at least I'm like, all right, well, my younger brother, who's in his 30s, he has it.
Yeah, sucks.
Kath, I don't want to scare you at all, but I'm only sharing this because it happened to my dad. He had a herniated disc in his lower back, and he had to have surgery. And the surgery, and I know this was like mid-'80s, I guess. The surgery has come a long way, but he was laid up in bed for like 3 or 4 months after the surgery. And I'm hopeful that, like, it's better if you have a herniated disc now that the time to recover it doesn't take as long, because it's a serious thing that you got to go through.
Yeah.
So I
was
know
the
that
initial delirium of the pain is in the 70s what caused him to join the Manson thing?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
he didn't know what he was doing.
No, you know what caused the injury though, Steve? Was shoveling snow.
Is that wild?
Yeah, he was lifting. He wasn't lifting with his knees or whatever.
Heart attacks, back.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. But he was doing the thing where like he didn't. He was lifting with his back, which they tell you never to do, and he felt it, and then he ended up having to have surgery as a result.
My dad, back in the day, because he had herniated disc problems, but he would, and I was a bad kid. He would use this traction. So it was a thing that came underneath his chin.
Yeah.
And he would hang it over an I-beam and with a weight on the other end.
Oh.
And so he would sit there and his face was like this. And I would go down and laugh at him.
He probably wanted to kill you.
Oh, he wanted to kill me.
Yeah.
I never
But he
saw
looked
that
so
rig.
funny.
Yeah.
He looked so damn funny. His face is all smushed up like this. And I was just terrible. But yeah, they've come a long way since then, yeah.
And speaking of looking funny, my dad still has back issues, and he does the upside down hanging thing.
The inversion?
Yeah.
And they've made a lot of advancements in that as well. And I've thought about that before.
Yeah. He straps his feet in and flips upside down, and it helps elongate.
Listen, and being a patient of Dr. Mike, get ready because you've got MRIs and CAT scans and all kinds of
because he has
spinal tap and all these things he's going to schedule for you.
Paralyzed for life if I don't go to the doctor.
But
today.
listen, a couple of texts are coming in. I've seen a few of these. People have reported similar pains, and it turned out to be kidney stones.
Oh!
So it could be something other than your back, although you're saying that it feels like the regular pain, just more intense.
Just more intense, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that sucks. Back pain can be debilitating. I mean, flat out, you can't move around if you get something really bad.
I've had my share of things, but that's something I've never had an issue with, and I
lucky.
thank God for it. My dad had it and had bad issues, and then eventually lived so long that he got past it. But I know so many people who have it, and then Kathy, a friend of mine, had it so bad. Occasionally, would be unaware of the pain of standing up, so he'd actually fall out. He'd try to get out of bed and just fall to the floor.
I mean, I could easily see how that would happen. And then Dr. Mike gave me a combo of over-the-counter medicine to take. So it was like extra strength Tylenol and Aleve, and I was like, well, is this gonna like make me? He was like, you can't get addicted to acetaminophen. I was like, am I gonna be a drug addict if I do this? He's like, no, just take it.
Here's a text. Somebody says, I just had surgery for a herniated disc, only laid up for 2 days, could drive after 2 weeks.
There you go.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, that's good.
And the important thing with you is to make sure that they save the baby.
Those things can be tricky, though, because I've heard horror stories as well. From back pain, is like I've heard people go, don't get the surgery, whatever you do. I've heard that about various things, shoulder things, but it's like,
boot
man,
jobs.
You don't know. Sometimes it fixes a problem. No problem. You hear people like, greatest thing I ever did.
Yeah.
And then other people are like, it was horrible.
You know where else people are conflicted is the value of chiropractors. My dad went and saw a chiropractor after his back problems, and he loved it, and it helped. Other people just can't stand them, and I don't know why people are so divided on it.
Well, I tried a chiropractor, and it made my back worse. So whatever is going on in there, the chiropractic aspect of it was not helping. So that's why, because my brother, he goes and he says it helps him, and I'm too scared because if it gets worse than this, like I I'm gonna end up in the hospital. Like
We had offered actually to let you to put a microphone over by the
I
couch
know.
because you seem a lot more comfortable. It seemed. Are you in discomfort
Oh
now?
yeah, oh yeah.
So
yeah.
so why? Let's just hook that up a little bit later.
know,
You
it's
can
just
hold
like-
your ankles over there. It'll be great.
If I can't take it, I will. I mean, by the end of last break, I had to go over and lay down. So I'm going to lay down between, in commercials, and then I'll come back to.
There's
the mic.
there's no reason. It's right there. We can absolutely do it.
Do you want to use the roller, or is that going to be too much?
I tried that this morning before
Yeah.
I came into work just to try to like stretch it out. It's very intense. Like I can't even roll. I sort of just had to like lay on it.
Would you like a deep tissue massage from Nick?
No, I don't want Nick to touch me at all.
Let's go on the couch. Let's spoon.
Now, hold on. I want you to tell the listening audience that thing you mentioned to me off air.
So a massage therapist that I go to, we were talking about my lower back pain and how, it may be coming from, I forget what she called it, but basically your pelvis is tilted and like there's like an arch in my back and that causes a lot of pain. And she was telling me that there was somebody in the area who works specifically on females and their pelvis, and that there are pressure point therapies that you can do, but it's internal pressure points.
So how do they do that?
Through the
They go in there. Yeah, dude.
I was like, oh yeah, I don't know about that.
No, I got certified.
Is that a golf club or a dildo?
Radio,
I swear to God.
radio and internal
And
pressure
my equipment, the equipment I use on you is all natural.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that seems to be your junk.
At what point do you say, yeah, I'll try that? You know what I mean?
How? So
I'm not there.
are they
Yeah.
are they basically using extended vibrators? And
No, I think they're just using
Digital.
pressure points with their hands.
Oh,
think
I don't
it's-
know about that. My dentist tried that. Just kidding, Dr. Petula.
Hang on a second. Let me go to a couple of calls here. Do you want solicited back
Yeah,
pain?
sure. I don't. Yeah, whatever.
Calls. Let me go to Eileen. Hi, Eileen. Good morning.
Good morning. You all rock.
Thank you. What's up, Eileen?
Kathy, you are my people. I'm so sorry.
Oh, thanks, Eileen.
I'm calling to tell you that an inversion table is absolutely the best investment you'll ever make,
Really?
especially for lower back pain.
I have one. Yeah.
Even hanging there, even if you're laying flat on it, not hanging upside down.
Yep.
Great, because you can't stay upside down too long, all that blood.
Yep.
Now, the other thing I'm going to tell you, Kath, is if that doctor that does that internal massage stuff, if his last name begins with an M, you need to call me. Do not.
No, it's well, I'm not going. I
Is it
haven't
your
gotten there
husband?
yet, but it isn't.
Wait,
I
Eileen.
told him stop doing that.
Eileen, did somebody take advantage of you, or?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty well off at handling myself in those situations, so no, but an attempt was made.
Oh my God!
Without your consent?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
So there are stories about and you always have to, regardless, anyone who's laying hands on you in any sort of therapeutic way, you make sure they're vetted and that they're
Oh yeah. All right, thank you.
not operating out of a van.
Kath, I did have some success with an inversion table.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have it, and she's right. You don't have to hang all the way upside down. You can just
Right.
angle.
Okay.
And it did help for a while. My back, like immediately, I was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe." And I have a friend of mine who had really bad back problems, and the inversion table made a huge difference in her recovery. So
When it was just
they're not that expensive either.
No, they're not. When it was just a new thing, and I wanted to do inverted
Crunches?
sit-ups. Yeah, crunches. They don't tell you how fast those things whip over.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, when you go back.
Well, bam! Yeah.
Yep. Let me go to Lauren. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Lauren?
Hey, how are you?
Wonderful.
I wanted to let you guys know that I just had surgery for a herniated disc in my lower back.
Yeah.
That was 4 weeks ago, and I'm driving into work, so I'm definitely not as laid up as Nick's dad was back when he had it done.
Well, that's excellent. So, all things considered, you would recommend it?
Yeah, I had it done. I herniated my disc about 10 years ago, had it done when I was 25. And then re-injured it now, had the surgery done. I was up and walking around and off pain medicine in 2 days and able to drive within 2 weeks.
It's amazing.
So,
Yeah, because there was actually a commercial and they were talking about the advances in specifically the treatment of the discs, Lauren, and that They're very non-invasive, almost like the surgery I had for the prostate, where they can go in with pinpoint accuracy and not really do all the things that used to make you have to convalesce for a long time.
Yeah, it was a great experience. So if that is what the issue is, it's not something to be afraid of.
All right. So
Thank you, Lauren.
That's a positive
Appreciate
note
it.
there.
I have a number of pelvic floor physical therapy calls here.
All right, I want to hear this.
So first, let's go to someone who had it done. We're going to go to Katie. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. So, all right. So you got this. You got this done. Were you having back pain?
So after I delivered my daughter, this is super common after delivery and pregnancy because of all the pressure the baby puts on your pelvic area. And so after I delivered her, I was basically hunched over like Quasimodo. I could not walk. I could not stand upright. And I went through Women's Health at Penn and eventually got to this pelvic floor physical therapist. So 3 days a week I would go in and she would put her digits inside.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
She put on a welding glove.
There we go internally. Got it.
Yeah. To relieve all of the pressure that was triggering my back pain. And I was sent home with at-home therapy that I was supposed to do myself to basically get me walking again. And
See, you were a nurse and you didn't even know it.
And it ended up working out great for you?
It worked out great, and it's super common for people who deliver babies, and it's really important for women to like get it dealt with.
Wow.
So Katie, you had discernible, substantial improvement with this treatment.
100%. I was able to walk again. I could not walk.
Well,
after.
that's amazing.
Wait, Katie, do you live in my area?
Yes.
Okay, I know who you are. All right.
Okay, good.
So email me. I want to know more about it.
So you're
Thanks,
looking
Katie.
for what is referred to as an MFB, which is a medicinal finger blaster.
Stop it. No, yes, doctor.
Hang on.
MFB.
I'm going to Amanda, whose mother is a pelvic floor physical therapist. Hi, Amanda. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey. All right. So can you shed a little light on some of this stuff?
Yeah, except for I don't know if maybe it is not the right thing because
Right.
what my mom does is Mayan abdominal therapy, so there is no internal.
Okay.
There's no use of fingers.
Okay.
It's all done externally, which sounds a little less creepy to me. But she's
Sure
the only
does.
one in the area, and she like trained in Mexico or somewhere with.
Yeah, they have abdomens down there.
Yeah.
But it's for all of those kinds of issues, anything lower or in your abdomen.
She learned on a game of Operation.
I was trained somewhere down in Mexico.
It sounds credible.
She went to Tijuana next to the donkey show.
I mean,
She got a sombrero and a medical degree.
I mean, people come from all over the country to see her.
No, that you listen.
Yeah,
So is Amanda, is what she doing? So she's doing kind of what we believe the people who are doing it internally would do, just from the outside.
Well, yeah, essentially, yeah, but there's a whole list of issues, back being just one of them. So it's when your uterus is tilted, she can fix it from the outside, which I can say she has done to me. I have one, and she has done to me. So not only back issues, but fertility issues too. She works with.
Thank you, Amanda.
I had a rotator cuff issue one time in Preston. I went to a doctor who made me wear a horse mask and whip my ass while I was naked.
How did it make you feel?
By the way,
I just felt great afterwards.
Perchance, last week, I don't know why, but I'd heard the term pelvic floor, and I realized I didn't know specifically what that meant. So I looked it up. And it's essentially the taint on women.
Basically.
Is what I...
perineum, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So I was not familiar with that.
Well, because I had heard about it last week as well, because they talked about before childbirth.
Before the big game.
Before the big game, that it is... it's a good thing to have your perineum massaged, and so it would cut back on tearing, if you will.
Yes, for women?
To stretch, you sort of stretch that area out. And
During childbirth?
No, not during, but leading up to it. Like,
Leading up, right, okay.
But men have pelvic floors
Yes.
too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. Don't forget about the pelvic floor.
Right.
Yeah, and
Don't forget about the bros.
Don't forget about the pelvic floor.
Yeah, man.
2 fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go. Let me go to Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi, guys. You
Hi.
guys rock.
Thank you, Rachel. It says you're a pelvic floor physical therapist.
I am indeed.
Internal or external?
Both.
Both.
Oh, okay.
Men and women have pelvic floors.
And where in Mexico did you get your degree?
Tijuana.
Tijuana. TJ.
Oh, perfect. Incredible.
Yeah.
No. So anyhow, what is this? Is back pain a regular thing that people are coming to you for?
Yeah, and men and women, back pain can be associated with pelvic floor, and it can be with or without childbirth in women. So it's not necessarily something that has to happen with carrying a baby. But we see a lot of women, a lot of your muscles that are used in your back are part of your pelvic floor. They support your hips, they support your back. So a lot of the area is interconnected, and people who aren't having success with traditional therapy for their back can have really good success with pelvic floor therapy.
Okay.
So without getting too graphic, we're literally talking about a manual treatment or massaging of said area?
Sometimes if it's needed, yeah. For
Okay.
Sure. And sometimes it is all external. Sometimes it is internal and external. It really depends on how
well the evening's going.
Okay.
Wait, all right. So just real quick, the internal, is it like pressure points? Like you're putting pressure there?
Yeah, it can be, or stretching, or depending on like what is going on, you can feel what areas are stronger or weaker or too.
God. They are the worst. I'm sorry, Rachel, for them.
Yeah, I can take care of this.
Apologizing to all women.
I'm sorry, Rachel. We know it's legitimate, but there is some fun to be had when talking about this. How many treatments does somebody need to schedule if they're going to come in and get some work? Obviously, you do an evaluation, and then you schedule regular appointments. I'm trying to bring this back around. I'm sorry.
Sounds good. Try.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rachel.
No, it's normally between like maybe 8 and 10 visits, like one time a week or more, depending on if needed. But it's often our goal is to get you to be able to doing it at home on yourself. You don't have to come all the time. So it's really beneficial for a lot of people. I encourage you.
Okay.
I'm happy to give you my information off air.
Yeah,
Kathy.
please, if you can send that information. Listen, and on a serious note, if you have something that is pernicious like this, like a back pain issue, and this could provide relief from it, and it's legit.
Well, I need
absolutely.
some like immediate relief right now.
Yeah.
From us?
If it fixes, hang on, Rachel. I guarantee you, if people listening who have chronic pain would do anything
yes,
to relieve themselves of that.
Make sure you do your due diligence, though, before going to somebody.
Yeah, and look for someone who's accredited and all those things. You want me to go to another pelvic floor therapist?
Sure.
I got a number of them on here. I have Vanessa now. Hey, Vanessa, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I'm all with Rachel. We are this group of women that are, that treat men and women with pelvic floors. Kathy, yours sound like a muscular problem right now. It sounds like you just really had a spasm and it just got you the best it could. But there's an underlying problem because you've had so much pain, in the past.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you got to look, and that's what pelvic physical therapists do. Physical therapists in general, but we look at the mechanics. So why are you having this pain? What's wrong? What's going wrong that you're having this pain and now it's become this? So it's not just a one-time thing. Obviously, you didn't even do anything. It's a constant issue of different mechanics that aren't going right. And a lot of times what happens is I'll get a lot of people for pelvic physical therapy that have been through conventional therapy. So these therapists around me will be like, hey, you're not getting better. This is not resolving.
Right.
We got to look the next step. We got to look internally. And I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, it's usually the issue, and internal work or, some of the external stuff we do ends up being like the be-all, end-all.
So, Vanessa, what's happened in many times, the few times that I've been to a chiropractor, just in anything that was sort of physical, a lot of times you'll say, I got a pain here, but there's a pain somewhere else in your body that's actually causing that to happen because that part of your body's compensating for what's happening in the other part.
Yeah,
absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's what happens in the pelvic floor a lot. So,
all right,
and also your pelvis is the main. We hold stress in our pelvis, so a lot of those muscles are tight and they shouldn't be.
We call Kat the old tight pelvis.
OTP.
Yeah.
OTP. Yeah, you know me.
There goes old tight pelvis.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that. All right. Well, I was not familiar with this.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah. And Kathy, listen, menopause is tough.
Yeah.
It's,
Stop, it's so mean.
it's hard when you're going through the change. So we feel for
I'm
you.
leaving. I'm going home.
Listen, we offered you the couch. We're gonna set you up on the couch.
All right, so, well, hang in there. Maybe get Rachel's information.
Yes.
By the way, if you guys don't mind, I put her on hold, and maybe this is something for you. But obviously, Dr. Mike's going to help you out first.
Yeah, I'm
But
gonna
you need help right away.
Like today, I'm gonna
Try
do
Trinity.
I'm gonna do a tour. I'm gonna try Trinity. I told you I'm gonna try the cryo, the sauna, and I may even go for a pelvic
floor tour.
physical therapy.
Honestly, that Trinity, the Preston I went to, is right by your house.
Yeah, it is.
It's really convenient
Very
for you.
You can stop by your pizza place.
Yeah.
I'll check in with them in a little bit for you. All right, anyhow, thank you for your calls. Thank you for the text. Love them. We appreciate it. I would like to give away some movie passes. We have a screening of Black Adam with Dwayne Johnson.
Cool.
And this is going to be, what's today? Tomorrow night. Wow. 7 o'clock at the Regal UA King of Prussia. So we'll take callers 10, 11, 12 at 215-263 WMMR. 7 o'clock tomorrow night, Regal UA King of Prussia. You will be able to go see Black Adam. It will be in theaters on October 21st. So we'll set you up 10, 11, and 12. Coming back, and we also have $1,000 to give away. It's MMR's You Hulu. Stand by.
Go through all of like the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
This kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. Like that's why we talked about like Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fireman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, get on in here.
All right, come on back in.
All right.
Bye-bye. Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Bingo!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That and actually, we had mentioned this. She was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is a...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
Okay.
January of 83, and
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush.
High and Dry. What the hell is the?
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool. He came with his boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring, pour some sugar on me because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour some sugar on me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Like, basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring, pour some sugar on me, and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He
my
gets
God,
up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music. And he got up and
What did he do?
he counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Oh, it was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you for that
Wherever
memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones, and they're the same show. Basically.
It's the same show. Yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just
Alice, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Ah, the good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here,
Oh
get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you, but Fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The crowd, but the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do.
Does.
I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
I don't. It's.
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate.
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm gonna
Right.
pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
Here's cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen
You
blackberry.
have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
And 3 ways for you to do so. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911, or enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services. So that word again is awesome. All right, come and get it. 15 minutes after the hour is when we wrap that up, and we want you to win. Let's take a look at traffic, see how we're doing. Kathy, what's up so far this morning?
We've got a disabled tractor trailer. 95 southbound is jammed from Academy through to Cotman. The right lane is blocked, and then you're jammed again from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Girard. There's an accident in the left lane there. So 2 separate things happening south on 95. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound backing up 202 into Belmont. Jams the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound heavy from Bear Avenue to the Vine. The Boulevard to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. The Vine westbound slows 8th to Broad, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. The Blue Road southbound backing up from the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill, and then from Route 1 to Media. Northbound side from 95 to the Media bypass. 42 freeway northbound jams the Black Horse Pike to 295. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by teethkeepers.com. Dental and vision plans for everyone starting under $8 a month at teethkeepers.com. Go to teethkeepers.com and enroll today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Got some pretty wild stories to share with you this morning. We'll start with one out of Germany, in Berlin. Police say that a man has been detained after biting a service dog and resisting arrest. So man bites dog.
There you go.
Officers were called to a dispute between 2 29-year-old men and a 35-year-old woman. It was in the early hours of Friday. The trio acted in an extremely aggressive and uncooperative fashion, police said in a statement. It said that officers were only able to overpower one of the men by using massive physical force. The statement added that in the course of resisting arrest, the 29-year-old man also bit a police dog, though the canine did not sustain any injuries. Meanwhile, the 35-year-old woman injured a police officer with a punch to the face.
It's insane.
It's a great night in Berlin.
Yeah.
All 3 were detained and spent the rest of the night in jail to sober up. But man,
my doggy
bites dog. In Los Angeles, this is messed up. I saw the video of this. Police are asking for the public to help identify a man who stabbed a disabled man in the back inside a fast food restaurant. The attack was captured on video. Responding officers found paramedics treating the 82-year-old victim who suffered stab wounds to his neck and shoulder.
It's chilling footage.
The man was taken to a hospital with severe injuries. He was last listed in stable condition and is recovering. Surveillance video from inside the restaurant shows the assailant entering the restaurant while holding a small red skateboard and a weapon. He approached the victim from behind as the victim is eating next to his wheelchair, and the assailant stabs the victim. The man then ran away. Authorities described the attack as brutal, and they've described him. They're looking for him. They don't know who he is, and they're trying to track down this person. Just bizarrely random. A dude just walks in. We're watching the video, just stabs him. Wow. This is also weird. 4 Oklahoma friends were reported missing on Monday after they did not return from a bike ride. So it's been a week now that they've been gone. Mark Chastain, Billy Chastain, Mike Sparks, and Alex Stevens, and are all in their 30s. Were reported missing Monday evening. Mark's wife, Jessica Chastain, believe it or not, and Alex Stevens' mother reported their disappearance. Police believe that the 4 close friends left Billy Chastain's home for a bike ride on Sunday evening. 2 of the men had their cell phones with them, but attempts to call them went straight to voicemail. Jessica said that it was typical of her husband and her friends to go on bike rides, and he would not have left without a trace. He was supposed to watch their 2 children on Monday morning when she started a new job. Investigators on Wednesday gathered video and GPS evidence and followed up on potential sightings of the men, including one witness who reported seeing all 4 men walking down the street at 2 a.m. on Tuesday. Investigators are working to confirm the sightings, but only have witness descriptions as of Wednesday. One witness claimed to have spotted Alex Stevens by himself Sunday around 4 p.m. outside the smoke shop. Another witness reportedly saw Mark and Billy Chastain on Monday near a YMCA. Authorities have been tracking the men's cell phone data and established a path of where they might be, but has so far been able to locate signs of the 4 friends. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, we're looking at a collection of pictures. Is one of those pictures a mugshot?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't really know. But nonetheless, these guys just disappeared without a trace. Very strange. All right, Han Solo might be a hunk, but Pan Solo is a hunk of bread. That's what a Bay Area bakery has dubbed its 6-foot-tall bread sculpture of the Star Wars character as he appeared after being frozen in carbonite in The Empire Strikes Back.
I love this.
And it's badass, too, man. Hanley Pervin and her mother, Catherine Pervin, co-owners of One House Bakery in Benicia, California, spent weeks molding, baking, and assembling the life-size sculpture using wood and 2 types of dough, including a type of yeastless dough with a higher sugar content that will last longer. The 2 worked at night after the day's business was done. They lovingly crafted details, and it shows Han Solo's anguished face and his hands straining to reach out. Hanley said she might have gotten a bit obsessed. She said, Mom made me leave it because I was obsessing over the lips.
Lips have to be just right.
She said, she was like, you need to just walk away. Creating Pan Solo was particularly meaningful, she told the paper, because she contacted COVID in January 2021 and lost much of her sense of smell and taste. She said, so it's just to find joy in a different part of food is really important. The sculpture is now on display outside of the bakery, located about a half-hour's drive north of San Francisco.
It's really a great job.
It's incredible.
Do you see the coffee that they sell there is called Java the Hutt?
No.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Waiting for Lucasfilms to come in and sue them.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap it up. The trial of a Florida woman accused of dressing up as a clown in 1990 and fatally shooting the wife of a man she later married has been postponed following the disclosure of a law enforcement file containing information about other clown sighting leads at the time.
So there may have been other clowns in the area?
Yes. Prosecutors informed...
I am innocent!
Defense attorneys for Sheila Keene Warren last Thursday that they had found a clown sighting file, which defense attorneys had been demanding, but prosecutors had been saying they didn't have.
You got nothing on me.
Defense attorneys asked for a delay in the first-degree murder trial, which was scheduled to start next week. The trial was canceled on Friday. Defense attorneys also are seeking sanctions against prosecutors for what they say are instances of failing to disclose evidence to the defendant and are asking that Keene Warren be allowed pretrial release from jail. The 25-page clown sighting file has the names, addresses, or phone numbers of 40 credible leads, according to defense attorneys.
Are there credible clowns?
Maybe there are. Marlene Warren was fatally shot in the face in May 1990 by someone wearing an orange wig, red nose, and white face paint who handed her carnations and foil balloons after she answered the door in her upscale South Florida home.
That's a sad clown.
Keene Warren was arrested in 2017 in Virginia. Detectives said advances in DNA technology combined with evidence gathered decades ago showed that Keene Warren was the killer. At the time of the shooting, she was an employee of Marlene Warren's husband, Michael, at his used car lot, and they ended up getting married in 2002. Keene Warren is
That's what you call a meet cute, Preston.
Not guilty. Yes, it would have been a meet cute. It's dressed as a clown. There you go.
I got an update on the Oklahoma story. Unfortunately, this is not conclusive, but they pulled 4 bodies from a river in Oklahoma.
Oh, man.
While they were looking for these bike riders that you were just talking about, Preston.
Well, I am curious, A, if it turns out to be them, and B, what any kind of an investigation might conclude, because what are the chances of 4 people drowning under
relatively good shape, too.
Under strange circumstances. Wow. Okay, interesting. All right, by the way, you have about 5 minutes left to enter the word awesome. That's for MMR's You Who Loot, so the word is awesome, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to do that. Make sure you get on it now. We don't want you to miss your chance to win $1,000. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Maybe you've noticed a little bit of sports activity going on.
Just a bit.
In Philadelphia. Jamie Apodi from 6ABC will be our guest when we return, and we'll chat. Stay with us. Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah. I know. That's why I said, let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will... Oh, Gibson. I got you. Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere.
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore Edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially.
What the hell was that?
That's that's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was Nick. He was at the end of his rope with her, and then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that, and then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
Oh, you're there.
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
Oh, you're there.
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
Oh. It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, bitches, man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Oh, my God. Snow!
Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things.
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the listeners.
No, I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger.
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book.
Yeah.
I love this book when
That's
I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint
Yeah,
on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, like, I think, like, you know, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
You just kind of
Considered that. What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau? Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour? Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And, you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
Well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested, and it went viral, and a lot of people were talking about it, so I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of
a
work.
good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See,
Yeah.
with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Mensers are undefeated right now. But listen, everything just feels right in the pocket. Like, I mean, it's
And enjoy
amazing.
this pocket.
Yeah. I mean, between, the Phils, the Eagles, the Flyers as well, and the Union, it's all happening as we speak. So why not talk to somebody who has a bit of authority and is behind all this stuff? Should I play the song here?
Yeah,
Leading
this
into
is the one.
Is joining us this morning from the airport, I believe. Hi, Jamie. Good morning.
Hey guys, yes. So forgive me if you hear my boarding call. I'm gonna have to bail on you, right?
Oh no! Is your flight shortly?
We're on time. We're on time. We leave at 9.
Okay.
Headed out to San Diego. There aren't very many options to get to San Diego from here, so it's a packed flight. We're excited.
Of course it is. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, listen, you and everybody in your profession that focuses in on. Well, there's your boarding announcement.
I'm not leaving yet.
All right.
They're yelling at me to make sure I don't have a bag.
But this is great for the city, for people who work in the world of sports. I mean, I'm having a hard time remembering the last time it was this exciting. Jamie?
Well, that's because it's been a long time since it was this excited.
Yeah.
It's weird because it's like one of those things where you go through like a 2008, and back then, if you think back then, there was a little stretch there. The Flyers were in the Stanley Cup Finals right around then, and the Eagles won the NFC Championship, and the Phillies won the World Series. It was sort of similar, but it's been a really, really long time. So actually, when I was standing in the clubhouse in the middle of all that champagne and beer, I had this weird flashback, wow, okay, so this is what it's like to win in this town, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty neat to see the excitement in this city when the sports teams have it going great. Jason Kelsey actually said it this week. He said we're in the business of hope, and he thinks that when the teams do well, the city does better as a whole, and that's in terms of the violence and the crime and all that stuff. And I think there's something to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see and feel a tangible, positive vibe, and that's what this is. To have everything in confluence the way it is like this, though, is mind-boggling, and it's almost like, you it's like playing a game of Jenga. You don't want to touch anything. Just let it keep going.
So weird, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is the world prepared for Philly to win at everything? No.
No, definitely not.
But and I don't think I've ever seen it like this, where all the other teams are supporting, each other the way they have been for the last couple of years. But especially right now, seeing Sixers players at the Phillies games and also at the Eagles games, and Eagles players at the Philly. You're seeing it all, and then on social media you're seeing them the Phils were saying, go Birds yesterday, and then the Birds were saying, go Phils. I love that stuff, and it hasn't been like that in a long time.
No, it's really neat. And I think you forget, a lot of these athletes, they're fans too, so they're feeling the vibe of the city. When you see Joel Embiid on the field last night throwing passes, that's a thrill for him. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't realize it, Joel Embiid, but that's a thrill for him. That would be a thrill for any of us to be out there. And so he's riding the momentum as well. And it is really neat to see. It feels like, look, I grew up in LA a long, long time ago, and it feels like Philly's the place to be. You know how in LA you see stars at all the games, and that was a big thing. Look at who you're seeing. You're seeing Bradley Cooper and all these movie stars and the athletes everywhere. And man, it's a fun time to be a Phillies fan.
It really is. Jamie, I was lucky enough to be at the game on Friday afternoon, the Phils game, and when Reese hit the home run and then threw the bat down, and then Bryce followed it up 2 batters later with another home run. I've been to a lot of Phillies games in my life. I've been to a lot of games at that stadium. I was not at the game in 2010 where Doc Holliday threw the no-hitter. I was not at the game in 2009 when Jimmy Rollins had the walk-off double. But I was there on Friday. I can't ever remember the stadium being that loud. Can you?
No. No. It totally insane, right?
Yeah.
And people couldn't hear themselves think. And I got to tell you, just you mentioned Reese's home run. There's a trickle-down effect to those type of things. For instance, my 10-year-old son was in the stands on Friday, and he had a baseball tournament this weekend, and he hit a long double. It didn't quite clear the fence, and he chucked his bat like Gronk and literally didn't make it past first base. I'm but I mean, can you blame the kid right now?
No. And that's the fun part about all of it. I mean, by the time I had caught my breath from jumping up and down from the Reese home run and everybody going nuts, Bryce steps up to the plate and crushes the first pitch to right. I mean, the place just went insane. And it was also kind of a relief on Friday and on Saturday. Neither of those wins for the Phils were that stressful. They were both relatively easy wins, and so you didn't have to sweat it out too much in the 9th inning.
Right, which is, listen, I like it that way.
Same.
I'm not into stress in sports. I think we'll take it, right?
What's interesting though here, and we've been looking at the attendance, and now obviously off to San Diego. We've had, I think, a couple of things in conjunction here. You've had a span where people were not even able to go into the stadiums, and so we're coming out of that. Everything is opening up. I predict. I mean, obviously, Philadelphia fans will travel. But I think, and tell me if you're seeing this, I'm predicting record amounts of fan travel in the next couple of weeks. Do you think that's a legitimate assessment?
Oh, I think so. And I mean, listen, we know that Philly fans travel well, but I think you're right. I think it's been at a different level. I was in Detroit with the Eagles for week 1, and that place was swarming with Eagles fans. And, I mean, that's Detroit, right? So, yeah. I mean, you're telling me you're not going to want to go to San Diego? Of course you are. So it's really, really neat to see the way that Philly fans show up. And you know what? The team appreciates it. The team hears that. And the opposing teams are intimidated by that. Don't let them tell you anything otherwise.
Nice.
It's pretty special.
All right, Jamie, I don't know anything about the Padres. What should an idiot like me be prepared?
Well, what's interesting about the Padres is, like the Phillies, they're a good team, but they only had 89 wins. I say only, but these are 2 wild card teams. These are not the juggernaut 100+ win teams that are now all sitting at home watching the Phillies and the Padres in the playoffs, which is kind of what makes baseball so special. And I mean, this can happen in any sport. Once you get in, the Phillies said that the whole run here. Once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen, and it's all about the hot team at the right time.
Yeah.
But what you really need to watch for with this Phillies Padres matchup is the fact that Aaron Nola will be facing off against his older brother, Austin.
Yeah, and Austin had a good series against the Dodgers too.
He did, and he's a catcher. And actually, it's really interesting because when the Phillies and Padres played during the year, I talked to Aaron's dad, and I said, "Wow, that I have boys, and that must have been really cool growing up. That's why Aaron's such a good pitcher. Is he always had a catcher to throw to, and his older brother." He's like, "No, Austin wasn't a catcher." So what do you mean he wasn't a catcher? He's like, he was a shortstop. He said he was in the minor leagues as a shortstop, and they were going to cut him, and his career was over. And he said, "How can I try to get to the majors?" And they said, "Become a catcher." So he became a catcher in the minor league.
Wow.
It's a crazy story, right?
Yeah.
So now here they are, and the poor parents are going to be after wearing like 2 jerseys.
Yeah.
Half and half.
I would imagine they've taken their hats and cut them in half and sewn them together.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't feel for them at all.
Yeah.
Jamie, I saw some people sort of whining and complaining that the better teams didn't win in the National League. The Dodgers and the Braves and the Mets all had over 100 wins. And personally, my belief on it is, the Braves won the World Series last year. If you were the better team in the playoffs, you would have been the better team in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the Dodgers. You look at the Dodgers. That team is built to win World Series, and they only won one, and it was the pandemic year. So what is that? What is that? Is that it's not talent? I think it's chemistry or will to win or fan base or who knows. But for sure, hey guys, I mean, all you have to look at is the Mets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
we
fine.
have to look at them.
We can look at them now that they're golfing.
Listen. I think there's no better story than the fact that the Mets didn't even make it out of the first wild card round, and they're just sitting at home. I love it.
By the
I
way,
love it very much.
Jamie, have they called your zone yet, or are you still good to go?
Now in that little tunnel, I managed to do that without you even knowing.
Oh my God! Wow, that was good.
She's walking into the plane.
Mom of 3, you know how to multitask.
Yeah.
Actually, Jamie, I was just going to bring up that you're a mom of 3. So my son and Jamie's son go to school together. I'm just wondering, I know you're going to be gone for a short time, but is your family going to make it while you're gone?
Listen, Kathy, you know me, right?
I sure do.
Yes. You're probably as worried as I am, right? You guys, it's funny that Kathy brought this up, and that's because she knows me. So my plan today was now my husband's a teacher, so he's never in the house in the mornings, okay? Mm-hmm. So he doesn't quite understand what I go through. Now, he thinks that afternoons and getting to sports is like a major deal, and that what I go through in the mornings is nothing, right? So we're going to show him, aren't we? So, the funny thing is, being a mom that is always considerate of others and worried about her children, I set my alarm today for 5:30 to make all 3 lunches and write out notes of what goes in every lunch and pack the backpacks. And it was a great plan, except I woke up at 6:45. I had a minor panic attack. Husband says, no problem, it'll be just fine. And before I was on the phone with you, I was frantically texting him where to find the cookies, the chips, the ham, the lunch boxes. He still has not found one of the lunch boxes. He's missing. And he's like, what do I do? And I'm like, a Ziploc bag.
That'll get it done. Yeah.
So you know what? I'm not so sure.
Okay.
I'll check on them.
You have a couple kids. If one gets lost during the year, you'll be fine.
Yeah. The funny thing is, and Kathy can speak to this, we have a very cool principal at our son's school. Her name is Miss Rock. I mean,
that's awesome.
Pretty cool name for a principal, right?
Yeah.
And she was texting me throughout the Phillies game, the entire game. Like, we're going to do this? What do we think? We can do this? Like, really? And so Miss Rock and I think, Miss Rock will take care of Tanner. Let's hope.
So obviously, as you're watching everything and you're watching, the celebrities and the excitement, I'm also sensing while there is this absolute zeal that everyone is sort of a mind, and maybe this makes this more dangerous for the opposing teams, is that just happy to be here. I'm saying there's not this, there's not this heavy weight, this onus on top of, the Phillies, and just to enjoy the moment and play. And I think teams probably play best when that's their mindset. Would you agree with that?
I think you're right, 100%. You look at this team. Go back a few weeks. I wasn't so sure they were going to get in it at all. They
Mhm.
really collapsed down the stretch. So the fact that they've made it to this point, I agree. It's like you're playing with house money, and that is when a team plays its best and plays loose. And it's pretty crazy to think that a few weeks ago, I think people were down on the Phillies, and now everyone's like, well, they're going to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you know what, though? It's and I'm not saying that they're going to win the whole thing, and I'm with you. I think anything that happens now is, I mean, you've got to be thrilled with their season. But when teams win championships, especially I've learned in this town, weird things happen. And you remember the Phillies run, you know, they had that Shane Victorino grand slam or the Matt Stairs home run, and those are memorable moments that got them to the point, right? And I had that thought with JT Realmuto's inside the park home run. I'm sorry, an inside the park home run in the playoffs by a catcher?
Yeah. First time ever, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really bizarre. And so I'm thinking they might do this thing, right? And those kind of things happen, and weird things happen, you know, when teams get hot at the right time. And you've seen it a lot. I mean, the Nationals won a World Series, the Braves won. They were not the best teams. They just got hot at the right time, and that happened. So who's to say?
True. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
That it can't be the Phillies.
These one or two little miraculous moments sometime create all the momentum in the world, and then
And
boom.
the fact that we've got this really bizarre song that they play in the clubhouse, like you said, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I actually asked Kyle Schwarber after the game, in the middle of this, you know, there's champagne going everywhere, there's people smoking cigars, and I'm like, what is the deal with that song? It seems to be you. And I guess when he was on the Cubs, it was a teammate of his song, and he introduced him to it. So one day Kyle played it, and everyone's like, oh, this song's cool. And that was it.
And that's it.
That's it.
And so it's born.
Nothing more to it than that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, have you seen his dancing too, Kyle? I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yes. Good dancer.
Yeah.
Well, Jamie, they announced the schedule today as far as the times and everything. So it gets underway tomorrow. What's your job today? You going to get in there, do some interviewing, get the lay of the land?
I'm on the plane right now. I'm going to go find my middle seat.
Okay.
And then-
Middle seat.
Hey, listen, we go first class all the way here.
Yeah.
And we're gonna probably we're gonna go straight to the ballpark. We usually I try to usually get my photographer to stop somewhere for me to do my hair, and I run to a bathroom and make myself look presentable. And then the Phillies have a workout this afternoon, and so we will be live from the Phillies workout at Petco Park.
Nice.
And then and so we'll bring you all the sights and sounds from there, and then we've got a game tomorrow, a game Wednesday, and then we're going to hightail it back to be back on Thursday. It's going to be a busy, fun, awesome week.
Excellent. All right. Well, go get settled in. Get a cup of coffee or an Irish coffee or whatever you're going to do on the ride. out there.
Try to get one armrest.
Yeah, one armrest if you can. But no, we appreciate the time. It's awesome, and we'll look forward to your coverage. Thanks so much, Jamie.
Oh, thank you guys for having me. Love you guys.
Anytime. We love you too. All right, Jamie and Pody, guys, on the plane headed to San Diego.
In the middle seat.
Crazy.
As we speak, sitting in your middle seat. Oh my gosh! By the way, we have the correct version.
Okay.
Of that song. So Robin is the singer. She's Swedish-born, I think, and but that's not apparently the version that they listen to.
We
in
need the
locker
right
room.
version.
They listen to this.
Houston Astros to the World Series.
All right.
The Eagles will be playing Houston the Texans in Houston on November something or other. I think November. Either way, hang on, I got to look this up.
Are you seeing the potential for a confluence here?
I'm just saying the Phils and Eagles will be in Houston at the same time. That would be cool.
November
that would be
3rd,
cool.
I think it's a Thursday night
It's
game.
a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
So the Phils would play on Tuesday the 1st, Wednesday the 2nd.
Let's put
We're
into
getting a little ahead of ourselves.
We are.
I think there's something here.
So excited.
Yeah.
Preston, This is a good reason for us to put in to do our show from Universal Studios.
Yeah, you're right.
Perfect.
Because
timing.
everybody's happy.
Perfect timing.
There's a kind of a honeymoon type of vibe.
Sports tie-in.
Yeah.
We can finally go to Universal Studios.
I mean, what says sports
Like-
more than Universal?
Yes. Diagon Alley.
I think they have a big ESPN zone thing there.
Yeah, you're right.
Sure, we can walk past that.
Yeah, we can.
We'll take a picture.
It is cool though to see when you see the amount of team representation in other stadiums.
Okay, so, and I'm glad Casey brought that up because I was trying to think of when it was one of the teams was on a big run, and I can't remember if it was who it was, but the Eagles at the time, management was very jealous of the attention that another team was getting. You remember that?
It was the Phils. It was 2008.
Was it 2008?
Yeah, and they traded McNabb.
Yeah.
And from the higher ups that the Eagles were not.
There was a little animosity.
Which didn't make any sense.
No, and it was bizarre. But this weekend, for example, all of that seems to be under the bridge, over the water, through the dam, whatever.
To grandmother's house we go.
Because John Middleton, the Phillies' most prominent owner, or most visible owner, was there at the game with Jeffrey Lurie. So the owners are hanging out in the same box together. By the way, I went to the game on Friday, and we stuck around and hung out afterwards for a little while. John Middleton came out and he brought out buckets full of the used game balls from the game.
Wow.
And he just started tossing them out to the crowd. And so I was there with my girlfriend Andrea and her friend Danielle. Danielle is pregnant, and so I was yelling at Middleton. I was like, "We got a pregnant lady up here!" And he tossed a ball up to Danielle. So my girlfriend got a ball, Danielle got a ball, and he was signing autographs for kids. It was a really cool, like, genuine moment from a guy who's also a baseball fan.
I was looking for you in the crowd on Friday. I didn't see you on TV.
He was there.
I was on TV a lot.
Were you?
Yeah,
I didn't spot you.
Yeah.
Left-handed batters.
Yeah, anytime like Bryce Harper was up or anybody on the
cool.
Braves. Yeah, my brother took a funny photo of me, and he's like, "When did they stop serving Chardonnay at the Bills game?"
They were spotlighting a lot of the Fanatic throughout the game, which I thought was awesome too. But and he was hanging out over the Phil's dugout.
Yes,
so I thought for sure I'd see you when they were zooming in on him.
Yeah, I was able to buy great seats. I really appreciative to John Brazier, and I bought them. You know, they weren't given to me for free, but they were fantastic seats.
Nick, we're looking at the picture here. Are you the older gentleman with the mustache and receding hairline?
No.
Where are you in this photo?
So,
yeah, you see his glasses.
See my glasses.
Oh, I
and then
see. Yes.
And Andrea.
to the right that's my girlfriend with the black hat.
Oh, there you are.
And there's some other ones, but that was when Bryce Harper hit the home run. This dude was holding up a sign that yells that said "Hit that John." And so it was like a really cool official Phillies shot, and I was in that photo with my girlfriend and my friend Danielle.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
It was really neat. I mean, it was one of my favorite Phillies experiences in a long time, and I was really happy to be there.
Yeah, I'm sure, man.
I saw my friend Jason was behind the right-handed batters, right over their right shoulder.
Okay.
He was wearing a giant fish donut hat.
I saw that guy.
I know.
I saw that guy, and I'm like, I knew there was some kind of freaking connection to you,
Fat
dude.
Jesus is he's like a mortgage guy, but he also on the side does like these T-shirts. So if you've ever seen me wear like a Phillies type of or an Eagles type of fish shirt, he's made those shirts.
You just said Fat Jesus. Why? What does that mean?
Because that's his like T-shirt company name, PHAT Jesus.
Jesus had his Elvis period where,
Yes.
yeah.
He
But
got
my
a little bit
daughter, she goes,
portly.
I see this guy in a fish hat. And she was the one who noticed him, and then at the second he came, I was like, "Oh my god!"
One of the clearest shots though is of you, Preston. When you got those crazy seats, someone get
the
a friend
Diamond
of your-
Club.
Like
Yeah.
I mean, you were right there, clear as day.
But the only time I'll ever sit in those seats, I'm sure.
At the Eagles Super Bowl that they lost in Jacksonville, I basically missed the entire first half trying to get a Y100 banner on television.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
And that was like the good part of the game, right? Like I got to watch the horrible part of the game, but I could not. And there was I wanted to get it behind the goalpost. And what I didn't realize is that I couldn't get to the one set of goalposts because it was like for reserve seating only. So I couldn't even get to that part of the stadium.
You know, you think about the excitement. Again, you don't want to put the cart before the horse. We're just thrilled that all this is going on. But the Phil's parade.
Yeah, I mean,
You
we
know.
had a haunted horror ride that day.
Yeah,
and
I
then
know.
the Phil's parade.
It was
I know.
We were in Club
astonishing.
I know.
Risque.
I didn't even go to the parade. I stayed in Club Risque the whole time. Yeah.
Speaking of 2008, I've gotten a few requests from listeners and friends asking for a new "They Did It" scream, and I
We just
appreciate-
talked about this.
Well, I appreciate the request, but we're not getting a new "They Did It" until they actually win the World Series.
Well, and it's got to be legit.
Yes.
You know,
That's why.
Hey, can we play the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about that over the weekend about the whole Nick in Chickies and Pete's.
This was
waiting.
the split game.
It was
Yes.
B. It was game B.
Correct.
Yep. And he was just waiting, watching, recording, and then the whole "They Did It" thing came out just naturally. So this was it. Here we go.
One more out. Strike two.
They did it! They did it! The Phillies have won the 2008 World Series!
Listen to the room volume, though, besides, obviously, your impressive volume, but that's so awesome.
They did it! They did it! The Phillies have won the 2008 World Series!
Well, at the end there, when you say the World Series, I have a vision of you collapsing on the bar because of sheer exhaustion and
Excitement.
tense, just
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
They finally did it.
You know what I'd forgotten about until this last week or so was how awesome it is, but also exhausting. It can be expensive, like spending money on the games. Like you're up late because you're watching the games, and we had that for 5 years in Philly with the Phillies making those runs from 2007 to 2011, and we kind of have it again. And it's a great feeling. Don't get me wrong, but it's a lot.
I was watching Saturday's game, and it was coming down to the last at bat, and I caught myself like holding my breath for a second. I'm like, dude, breathe.
Yes.
Breathe. It's okay.
God damn, I hate it.
It's going to be all right.
You guys are just talking, and Jamie brought it up. Yeah. Sports would be so much better if there was a guaranteed win when you watch it. It's so
I know.
goddamn nerve-wracking.
I know, and especially if you're going to go to one playoff game, you spent all this money because, dear God, is it expensive.
Yeah.
And you go and they lose, and how much of a, on top of the emotional disappointment, the money suck that came out of it.
The money!
Yes, it wasn't worth
That's what we
it.
need.
The money!
Well, I was at that A and B game, and that was the fact that it ended, and we had to go back another day.
That was so weird.
Yeah, I gave my
it was
sister.
so weird.
I went to A, and then
And it was a miserable night.
It was horrible, and I went to A, and
A
then
was, but B wasn't.
B was
B
and then
was
I
nice.
gave my sister B so she could go. So we both went to the game-winning game. I just went to A, and then she went to B.
For 5A, I'm sorry, Case, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say for 5A, I was sitting in the stadium. We went to it's Patson Stone now, right? I think it was McFadden's at the time.
Yes.
But I was watching the game from inside of the stadium, and Kathy, I think you and I were texting because there was a point where nobody knew that they were going to call the game. That they
Yeah.
were going to call it because
Everyone
of
was
rain.
waiting.
Right, and so people were just hanging out, and then finally we started people seeing, they were streaming out of the stadium. We're like, all right, well, I guess they're going to call it, and then we had to wait a day and a half because the whole next day it rained torrentially, and then finally they got 5B in like a day and a half later.
Yeah, I remember being in the ballpark, and people were just walking on the concourse because it was raining, so we were trying to stay dry, but no one was leaving because nobody had gotten word yet. And I forget who it was. It might have been Brazier. Somebody within texted me and said, "Hey, rescheduled. Like they're calling the game. It's gonna we're gonna do basically a B game." And we were we beelined it out to try to beat the crowd.
Yeah.
I forgot I had a funny moment on Friday watching the game. My daughter had her final regular season volleyball game that we had to go to, and then after that, my wife and I were going to see Don McCloskey, and so she's like, "We got to go. We have to leave to go to this volleyball game." It's so I go, "Okay, we'll go after this inning." It just so happened to be that 6-run inning.
Oh God!
And she comes in. She's like, "We have to go. It's gonna take the game starts in 20 minutes. It's it's at least 25 minutes." I'm like, "I didn't know they were going to score 6 runs this inning. I told you at the end of the inning. It's not my fault." I'm a little bit disappointed. I saw on social media like the subway singing that song, the Robin song. It's not Philadelphia. Marissa's telling me it's actually this is New York City.
For another completely separate reason.
Yeah, so it's labeled. Is this right?
Well, that looks like Penn
Philly.
Station.
But there's nobody in Philly's gear.
Yeah,
so
he's right.
Yeah, that can't be.
Nope, that's not it. And in fact, they're wearing heavier coats.
Yep.
It's probably that's definitely
That's
not
not it.
after
I'm
a game.
sorry to bust everybody's
Hold on,
bubble
Marissa.
there.
Yeah, the caption says, Casey, it was after a Robin concert.
Okay.
So they were in MSG.
it's not even.
But I can confirm, Casey, that every single tailgate yesterday during the Eagles games was blaring the song and everybody was singing along.
Oh, and Marissa, I think they played it after the game last night. I think when the Eagles game ended, they actually played the Tiesto version of the song inside the stadium at the Eagles game.
I had left at that point,
Okay.
so I can't confirm. But did you mention that they played it after the Phillies before they played High Hopes?
No.
Oh, at the ballpark.
At the ballpark,
Yeah.
they played this song, the full thing, before they played Harry Callis' High Hopes, which I thought was a pretty bold move, but I liked it.
You drew the parallel between the Gloria,
Yeah, back when the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup, they had their song, which was that Gloria Gaynor song.
Yeah.
Or wait.
No, it was
not
Gloria.
Gaynor. Gloria by, who did that?
Laura
Bonnie
Branigan.
Tyler? Laura Branigan. Yeah, I get all those.
They're all
One-hit
those
wonder
geniuses.
singers.
Yeah. And it
mixed
makes
up.
no sense. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
You know,
but that had a Philadelphia connection, which
It
was
did,
weird.
yeah.
It did.
Well, the song by the Fratellis is ruined for me forever because of the Blackhawks series.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah.
It the Blackhawks were using it in that 2013, 2010
yeah.
against the Flyers. So we heard it. Yeah.
And they killed the song for you. All right.
If another team adopts Philadelphia freedom,
You can't do that. What if it was Philadelphia, Mississippi?
They'd be
You know, they're
entitled.
professional sports.
But the original song is not about Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Wait, I have a really dumb question.
Okay, I probably have a dumb answer.
About Philadelphia freedom?
About Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a professional football team that played last year called the Philadelphia Stars.
It was USFL.
USFL.
Yeah.
They didn't play any games in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
No teams played any games in the city. Like they were all played in the same area.
I saw a link that somebody posted somewhere saying that it was connected to Philadelphia, Mississippi. Is that completely BS?
Oh, I don't know.
For a second, I bought it, and I was like, wait, there's no way that Philadelphia, Mississippi has a USFL team, right? But then I couldn't find any.
Maybe it's all the Philadelphias.
They didn't play any games in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, though, right?
No, for some reason, all of the games in the USFL were played in the same
Yeah, I went to
city.
see a Kensington Hawks game, and that was great. No, yeah, I don't think it would be.
They played in a neutral city?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think all of the games were played in the same city. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I had heard.
And that city was not Philadelphia, Mississippi?
No.
Okay.
I think small towns like that should get. Everyone should have their
Paris,
own team.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
So also just want to let everybody here know that I'm the reason why the Eagles won last night.
Thanks.
I realized yesterday during while I was watching regular football that the blanket that I had was too close to the Cowboys colors. So I ordered a green blanket on Amazon to be delivered same day delivery. It got delivered last night. And then when the Cowboys got within a field goal of I went and made a bowl of mint cookie crumble ice cream because it's green. And so we ended up winning. So you're welcome, Philadelphia.
Okay.
No?
No.
All right.
All right.
No, I think it had everything to do
But
with
did
it.
Marissa wear the opposite team underwear? No.
Kathy wore her underwear backwards and broke her own back.
Marissa,
I gave up.
You're welcome.
you gave up on that
I
tradition?
gave up on that last year because last year was so bad, and it
And look
seems to
what's
be working
happening.
this year.
See,
So
Marissa
you're
did it too.
welcome.
Like, do whatever you did on the Titanic. Keep doing that.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, things feeling pretty good right about now.
It does.
More work to be done, but the excitement that we're feeling right now is all worth it. So it's good stuff. All right, we're going to take a break. We have another guest who's coming by who's going to be appearing at Punchline on Thursday night. So we'll get Paul Beardsey in here in just a little bit. And don't forget another run at You Who Loot is coming up. Your chance to win $1,000 before the show's up. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Sad though. Like
Yeah.
then, what if
I
the
know.
person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be be a little bit of a buffer if you happen to, if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
But it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How much? Yeah, how bad of a breakup can it be
If you're hiring a celebrity.
that you're hiring a celebrity
Yeah.
to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's
You know what I
something
mean?
Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
You know,
No. Hey,
and
honey.
kids and everything, and yeah.
Maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for
In a
a year
relationship, yeah.
or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one.
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him, and he did it, and he did a great job. But he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarran. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
Yeah. So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum. Yeah. I mean, because my wife has always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better, and talked for a while,
There's a couple my best friend I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wow, it's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be
That's
here.
what we
You
need.
told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the
Yeah,
sides.
and I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's
it.
my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with saline,
gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up. The bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well, the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
Nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was going to, first I was going to say something. I go, I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years, And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it, but it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought, and
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to be like feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night, so like in the day, so you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd. I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about the. It's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a like a hangover thing, okay? But there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting right now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
To an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his arm.
And by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will not be using the service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like for me. It was just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
Like nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a
laughing.
friend here, I guess. So what is he the like? This is a double-blind experiment. If he passes away, you know you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
yeah.
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold, like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body boost your immunity and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what is
the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so
fluid?
The $75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had surgery. You had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
Yeah, it really makes you feel like you're revived.
Yeah. All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your blood.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I
So,
taste the donut I had.
yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I like the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and not lightheaded, clear-headed, you know? And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay. All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared. I feel like when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Well, why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? Go off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have. Yes. There you go. It's what it says. That's the name of my tour.
Event of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Look
at that.
Seriously,
his bag is empty.
Yeah,
you're right.
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your Netflix?
By the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning, and it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something, I went. I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh, like,
Is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take I take responsibility for and the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down
so
that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, it's going to be a punchline, but not till Thursday. It's an 8 o'clock show, but he's here on Monday to talk about it. We're happy to have him. Please welcome Paul Verzi to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Verzi rhymes with Jersey, but you're not.
That's how
from
excited
there.
I am. I'm here days early. I'm here days early. I came to Philly for the week.
Nice. Well, no, we're happy to have you in, man. Usually Monday's not a comedian day, so we love it.
I appreciate you having me, man.
No problem. So I mentioned, Verzi rhymes with Jersey. You're not from Jersey, but that's a good way to let me know.
I'm not from Jersey at
You're
all.
a New Yorker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Born and raised New York.
The
Yonkers guy.
Nick confronted you on the Yankees hat.
Yeah.
A friendly welcome.
Guys, can I have this? Just give me this. I'm not even in the same league as you. We're American League. I mean, I knew wearing this. I just have the stress of tonight. I don't know why I care. Why do we care? You ever think about because it'll change your night. It'll change your I was just in London with my family. I was in London with my family for the Giants Packers game.
Okay.
And I had a gig out there, and my wife, who's just rounding up the kids, organizing everything, she's looking at the scoreboard going like, Rodgers has time. Like, when would she ever say that?
Yeah.
Does Rodgers have too much time? I'm like, that's coming from you, but you care, you get invested in it.
Yeah.
And you hate yourself. You hate yourself for getting so. Like Preston and I are we appreciate. Again, I told you hockey is kind of my that's the sport that I most enjoy seeing and being in proximity to. But no matter what, when it starts to get into this sort of scenario, you're reminded why you love it and why you hate it at the same time.
I'll admit I'm a postseason guy. It's just that's when it's.
But I kind of love that because a lot of people are and don't admit that.
Yeah.
A lot of people act. They put the gear on.
Yes.
When it counts.
Yes.
And they act like they've been there all year. You're just saying the truth. It's kind of listen. If you're really that invested all year, let's be honest. It's a little bit of a mental illness. There's a mental. You're either an alcoholic. Listen, you're either an alcoholic or you're mentally ill. And then when you combine the two, you paint your face and you're screaming at a television. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with it.
Are you talking about all sports or just baseball? Because baseball is long. Football there's only 17 games in the regular season.
I'm talking about the people that like break down and cry. I'm talking about the people that scream. Have you seen YouTube videos of people cracking their 70-inch television with their foot in front of their children?
Right.
And the kids that's a sickness.
I have to call you on, Paul, though. I was watching a very funny, you were talking about, you're very good friends with Bill Burr, and he's has helped promote you, and you opened for him, and you were relaying a story about you and he getting into a fight on the phone.
Oh yeah.
Tell that story.
Oh yeah. So I used to open for Bill Burr years ago, but we're dear friends. Bill is my son's godfather. He's was a mentor, a friend for a long time. And I was performing at State College. This is right around the Joe Paterno. Rest his soul. I'm going into this hotel and I'm on the phone with Bill and we're arguing. We're arguing Tom Brady versus Montana, right? And I get into the hotel room. It was 100%. I get into the hotel room and I look around and there's like shaggy carpet and it's beat up in the furniture. And not that I'm a prima donna, but I'm going. So I'm on the phone. I go, wait, Bill, hold on a second. I go, this looks like 1980. So Bill goes, you know what, Verzi, you've been doing this a long time. Go get another. You shouldn't stay there. I'm going, you know what? I'm not staying here. I'm not that I'm some big, but I'm not going to stay here. So we go back to the argument as I sit on the bed. 3 hours went by and I couldn't check into the other hotel because that's how long. That's how long we stayed fighting. That by the time the fight was over, I couldn't go to like a Hampton Inn. I couldn't get across the street because we were fighting.
That's ridiculous.
And the ironic part was he was arguing for Montana and I was arguing for his guy.
Right. I thought for sure it would have been the other way around.
No, I'm arguing for his, and we start screaming. I mean, it gets crazy. It gets, you don't know it. These personal insults. It gets really crazy. You know? And then all of a sudden, I had to stay in the shaggy carpet 1988 hotel room because I had an argument with my stupid friend about sports. That's what happened.
That's commitment. Yeah.
Well, here's what I don't quite understand because I am the guy. I'm not the face painting guy, but I'll pay attention to the Phils in April and May, right? And I watch the Flyers in October, November.
Yeah.
We were talking about Preston being the postseason fan. I don't get the resentment of the diehards versus the bandwagon guys. Because if you're a bandwagon fan, come on board. I want more fans there. Friday at the ballpark, having 45,000 people there, including, I don't know, 20,000 bandwagon fans, it made a more fun experience.
May I jump in here quickly? Because I wanted to bring this up because you bring a good point. So, Paul, being from New York, and you talked about being, I find the fan base in Philly very pure, and I'll tell you why. Coming from New York, and I know you know this, there's just such a glut of teams, and you would see it all the time. Mets not playing? I'm a Yankees fan now.
Yeah.
Giants not? I'm a Jets. And you have it all up and down, all to select from, and the bandwagon jumping there for some reason I always found much more annoying. Like,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean, but I will say this about Philly. Philly fan, you guys are very passionate people here.
Yeah.
And I remember my friends from Philly said something so funny, and he had such a good point. It made me realize, you know what? Maybe they're not this rabid and crazy. Maybe they're onto something. Because I go, you guys threw snowballs at Santa, and he goes. Well, he said some words I won't say here, but he goes, "The guy was drunk." He goes, "The guy was drunk. He deserved it." And I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, Santa can't be drunk. Like you can't take the innocence. You know what? He deserved to get pelted. But I'll tell you something. I was performing back in the day when I was opening for Burr. I performed at Wells Fargo where the 76ers play, and this is when I really, really fell in love with the people here. And it is truly one of my historic cities, but favorite cities. I'm telling a story about St. Peter at the Pearly Gates. It was on my first special, and it's a really long, drawn out act out. And I'm like doing this in a basketball arena, and there's a lot of time where it's silent, and I'm acting as St. Peter. And halfway through, the crowd just erupted and clapped because they were that much into what I was doing before I even got there.
Wow!
And I fell in, and I said, "Wow, man!" Like
so they stayed with you.
They stayed with me because they were appreciating the act out where I was going. And then when I finished out the joke, and it ended up being a joke that I put in my first special, my new special now, which is on Netflix. It's called Nocturnal Admissions. Came out a couple months ago. That Nocturnal Admissions.
It's Admissions.
Admissions. Yes. AD. Yes. I saw all the faces in here just freak out. Everybody's like, "Don't do this on a Monday." Everyone's head went down to their phone just now. No, Nocturnal Admissions. It came out this summer, but my first one was on Comedy Central in 2018, and I did that joke. But I always remembered the Philly fans for that. And every time I come to the Punchline, there's just diehard fans. The passion here is cool, man.
You
know what was great is, and we found it out years ago. You asked how long we've been on the air here, and the one thing here's how you can succeed here. Never act as if you're entitled to anything. You got to earn it.
Yep.
Don't act like you're. I'm from New York, Preston from St. Louis. You don't come here and act like I'm a Philadelphia. No, you've got to earn, put in the time, do the, and if you do that, then you will have loyalty like you can't even imagine.
Yeah.
But the second you try to fake it, you're dead.
You can't. It's a city that you can't fake it in, and that's what I love. But the people here are tough. I had a friend who moved from here to New York in high school, and I moved a lot. So I remember seeing him. This is a true story. I remember seeing him, tough kid. And I remember seeing him kind of in the hallways, and he's kind of down. He's a Philly guy. Now he's in New York high school. And so we bonded over that. I moved a lot. He moved. Right. We become good friends, but he was a tough kid. This kid was a tough kid. He would call you out. He would fight you, right?
Right.
So he goes, "Hey, man, I'm going back to Philadelphia for the weekend to see some of my old friends. Why don't you come? We'll have some drinks. We'll have a good time, right?" But I didn't realize how tough these kids were. So I go, "Yeah, that'll be great." I'm thinking it's a vacation, right?
Oh, no.
So we come here, and we meet his friends, and we're drinking beers. "Oh, go get another 6-pack. Oh, we're going to walk to the park." So we're walking, and I'm in the park, and I'm hanging out with his friends, and I'm drinking. This is great. And another crew of guys come over, right? So I'm just sitting there, and they're talking. Both crews are talking. And my buddy just walks up. I swear to God, my buddy just walks up. He goes, "Hey, man, you having a good time and everything?" Yeah, he goes, "Listen, man, we don't really know those guys. So, like, if a fight breaks out, you down to fight with us?" And I was like, "No." I'm absolutely not fighting. What are you talking about? I'm on my third beer and I'm enjoying myself. I didn't know this is the Jets and the Sharks all of a sudden, and I'm in a rumble in a park. But just like that, they were having a good time, and another crew came, and it was like, you know what? We're gonna protect our spot, and our friend from New York's here to do it with us. And I'm like, no, I'm not.
I hope it didn't break out into a fight.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
I think that we ended up like cheersing with them,
Right. So
but
that's
they
the other
just start
thing.
walking over, and I'm like,
I remember walking into a bar in South Philly. I don't know why I was there, but I was with some friends, and then so we walk into this bar, and I had no business being in there. I mean, like, we walked in, everybody, everybody's heads turned to us, and I was like, man, what's going to happen here, And I was there for, I don't even know, 10, 15 minutes. Dude walks over to us. He goes, yo, we got some pizza. If you want some pizza over there, you can go grab a slice of pizza. And, so just as tough as we are,
yes,
super nice and accommodating as well.
I love becoming friends with the enemy. Like, if I see somebody, because my enemy is pretty much the Cowboys or the Red Sox. That's
Right.
for me.
Oh, yeah,
the worst fans on planet Earth for me. And I've been to a lot of sporting events for me. And the disrespect is definitely the Cowboy fans in the opposing stadium. But I like when you meet somebody that is that, and all of a sudden you could have a beer and talk, and it's nice. I was just I went to, like I said, I was in London,
right?
And I took the family, and it was amazing. My son and daughter are there. We go to the Giants. It's amazing. But my son, during the day, my wife takes my daughter to tea and to see Mamma Mia, because I took my son to Chelsea Premier League. Because my son is getting into you got to call it football match.
Yeah.
If you say soccer game, they freak out. But I'm sitting there, and I didn't realize there's two different color sections, and I'm next to this woman, and she just had that accent. She reminded me of, like, you see Harry Potter?
Yeah.
Ron Weasley's mom. She was like, in America, she goes, you sit together, right? And I go, yeah. Wait. She goes, no, the opposing fans in the Premier League in England have their own entrance. They cannot sit.
Oh, my God.
So she goes, she goes, that's mad. You sit together, we'd be killed. There's a whole section where there's a guy going, opposing teams here, teams here, because there's been stabbings. And it gets, when you're in the English Premier League, it gets so crazy that you can't be next to each other.
I mean, that's actually kind of smart. We should do that.
We should. Well, it also does, I get that. But it also does say, you're almost, by acknowledging it, you're almost saying, this is bound to happen. You know what I'm saying? You're sort of cultivating along.
But think about it. There are a lot of things that happen. I would feel more comfortable if everyone was separated.
Well, soccer, football is a whole other. Where does it just happen? We're 125 people.
Some of the worst brawls in the history of sports have happened in those stadiums.
Stampeded.
So where was the football game? What was it in Tottenham?
It was at Tottenham.
Okay, because we went to the Eagles game in Wembley, which was really cool.
It was freaking awesome.
But I just thought it was so cool that, like, they're just football fans there, right? So, we're talking about the English. And you saw it there at Tottenham. Like, people were just wearing, like, Jaguars jerseys and, they're not playing here today.
No, they're just so happy the NFL's
football.
there. You see all kinds of jerseys, and they're just so, like, nice and happy. I'll tell you, they're doing another one. It's getting really big in London.
It's huge. I was just reading an article, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal, about how it's exponentially increasing. And I mean, even their prognosticators who are figuring, okay, here's what it's going to be at, they were wrong by factors that it's just taken off like crazy. It's wild.
But they don't let that accent and that make you think that they're proper, because when those people drink, they are animals.
Oh, yeah.
It's a proper, and then they turn into just an animal.
Right. But they also have, like, great songs. Like, because I saw it after the game last week. They were singing some song about Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Did you hear that? Did you see?
No.
We need to sing songs like that.
No, it's all singing. Yeah, it's chants. It's like a whole thing where we're not used to that.
No,
there's a little bit of professional wrestling, in the fan investment in it. The way that everyone's just that much that energetic. Are you a Ted Lasso fan by any chance? Do you watch it?
No, you know what? I haven't. I got to catch up on that. Everybody's telling me to watch it. With my schedule and everything, I always pick and choose. So I did the Ozark, then I did the Stranger Things,
right?
And now I got to get over to.
You made some good choices.
Yeah, it's quick too. They're like half-hour episodes.
I wanted to ask you, your specialty, which you mentioned, Nocturnal Admissions.
Yeah.
Directed by Pete Davidson.
Yes,
He's
my dear friend.
Good friend of yours.
Dear
He's
friend.
Staten Island. So you guys, same proximity. What is it that we don't? Because we like him, but he's been in the news so much.
One of the most misunderstood, one of the most down to earth best dudes in this business. One of the best people I've met. I mean, this is how I've told this story before, but I'll tell it to this market because I want everybody to know this. So when Pete was around 16, 17, I guess I became one of his favorite comics to watch. He was watching, he was going around the city, he was coming up. And after I did my first special, he wanted to direct this one, and I was like, absolutely, he's just such a great dude. So this is who this guy is. Saturday night, I'm home, I'm not working, and it's rare for a comic to not be working. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna light myself a cigar. I'm gonna go hang out downstairs, just relax. But as I'm smoking a cigar at night, I'm scrolling through my phone. Who could I call? I go, oh, I'll call Pete, see what he's up to. I got to return his call. I call him, and he answers the phone. And he answered like this. He goes, hello? And with that work voice, and all of a sudden I look at the phone and I realize it's like 11:47. He's on Saturday Night Live, okay? He's on Saturday Night Live. The show is taping as he answered, hello? And I look like an idiot. And I go, oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't even put it together. I go, why are you answering if you're at work? And he just goes, oh, no, I just want to make sure you're okay, man. Is everything all right? That's who that guy is.
That's pretty cool.
That's who that guy is. And, people like, the guy, women want to date him and he's a great kid. And when you meet him, you know why. And then, but he's just, he's out there and he's, he gets in the paper and people, but he's the best.
All the freaking time.
I think where Steve was going was, though, the A-list women. Yeah. He has.
Oh, that was your way of.
Well,
I would have gotten to it.
I don't see it. How?
But also that.
Well, that's one thing. Like, I just kind of, I just get on the phone with him, and I really kind of don't. I'll just be like, hey, God bless. How's that? Good for you.
You don't have to betray your friendship, but have you been in his company when he was in the company of one of these?
There was. But it's one of those things where it's never like you're just sitting there, and if people come in, hey, how you doing? And it's like that. I kind of, because then there are some people that, like, you were talking about loyalty before. There's some people that betray that. Yeah. And there's some people that, knew a guy like that and we're hanging out with him in the clubs and going to gigs together and driving to gigs and doing that. And there was a rapport. And then all of a sudden, when that breaks off, those people go on and they go on podcasts and they do things and they forget that. And that's something that I just, I find gross.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember that camaraderie, because he never did that to anybody.
No.
So that's the other thing, too. It's like that person, Pete never went on and did anything to anybody. But since things have happened and since Saturday Night Live has done things, people do that. So.
Yeah, it's true.
By the way, Paul Verzi is who is in our studio right now at Punchline on Thursday. You can get tickets.
I'm bringing a new hour, too. All new material from the special, so you can watch the special on Netflix and then come out and you won't get any of the same.
Do your
material.
homework, yeah.
PunchlinePhilly.com to get the tickets for Thursday.
But I do want to ask about directing. How does one, like Pete Davidson or anybody, how do they direct your special?
It's funny you said that, because when people were saying, because like Bo Burnham was directing Chris Rock's and this one was directing that, what it is like I'm the type of comic where, I'll have some fast jokes, but I'm also a storyteller and I'll tell a situation. So with my act outs and how sometimes I could be animated, they'll say the lighting this way or the camera here. Like there's a story in Nocturnal Admissions about me playing one-on-one basketball with my son. It was the first time my son ever challenged me.
Right.
Really challenged me, like chested up like father to son.
Right.
And I tell that whole story, and the way the camera works on it, you can see.
Okay.
So they kind of like sit down and they collaborate, like, let's do this. When Paul does this with his hands, he moves a lot, so let's do this. What about this lighting? Obviously, they'll talk to me about that, but that's a great question, because when they first were like, hey, who do you want to direct your special? I'm like, direct this. Like,
it's like a Zoom call.
Don't you put on a camera and I tell jokes? But there is actually an art to do it.
So would your delivery be different? Like you're telling the Wells Fargo Center story with the opening for Bill. Would it be different for you in a bigger room versus a club like Punchline? Or does your approach, the way that you tell a story, the way that the camera follows you, does that change in a big room versus a smaller room?
For me, no. And I've always worked with it, and I've learned it doesn't matter if there's 7 in there or 7,000. You give them, you give them the same show. When I got that St. Peter's joke, I was home, I was off, and somebody said, hey, do you want to come and do my friend's bar show? He's a fan.
Yeah.
And my wife is like, just go. We're going to bed. And I go down to New York City. There's 4 audience members there and 10 comedians against the wall waiting to just do time. And I was just up there, and in my head, I'm going, let's make this trip worth it. What did you put in your phone recently? What did you put in your phone? And all of a sudden, I go, oh, man, that's St. Peter premise. Let me do that. And it was born there in front of 4 people, and then I did it at the Wells Fargo, and it was in my special. So, but you don't change how you do it. When you commit to it, you know, you just gotta do it the same way, regardless of the amount of people.
Talking about your style, the storytelling, which is, you know, there are a handful that do that and do it well. And who was your inspiration? Because
Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy. Was that not the first special you ever saw?
Eddie Murphy is everything. Like, honestly, like it's Eddie Murphy. My dad took me to see Raw at Movie Land in Yonkers on Central Avenue. Okay, yeah. There was a Fuddruckers there. You remember that?
Oh man, great!
Remember Fuddruckers?
Great brownies.
There was a Fuddruckers, great brownies. And
they had their bakery section.
They had a bakery section. Yeah. That's why the buns always. That's why it had that smell when you walked in there. But they had a Movie Land there, and my mother and grandmother like, you can't take a 9-10-year-old to go see Eddie Murphy Raw. Yeah. And my dad was like, because my dad did it selfishly. He wanted to see it. Right, yeah. So because they were divorced. Yeah. So he would. My father was disgusted when he took us to Roger Rabbit, so he brought us into Goodfellas. He didn't care. He didn't care what ages we were. Like when my dad wanted to see a movie, that's the movie we were going to see.
My dad. We were kids. We saw Deliverance when no one would. I mean, my dad wanted to see it. We go see it.
Yeah.
And we were like the pariah in our neighborhood because like, how could you take your kids to see that?
But when I saw Raw, when I saw Eddie up there just stalking a stage, and he had that, you know, the limousine pulled up and it said Raw, and he had that leather thing, and he was like a rock star. I remember just being like, that's it. Like that really like did something. So now, but I don't, you know, I wouldn't say like if you watch my special, you'll be like, oh, it's a lot of stories, but there's also not. What I try to do is I want to be able to like do everything.
Right.
But I love telling us, because when the story's real and it's true and it's in my heart to tell it, I'm going to do it, and I want to bring you there.
What extent do you have to go to? We've talked to, obviously, we have comedians in all the time. It used to be a lot easier to work on material without it leaking or getting out. Or to what extreme do you have to go to get that stuff done and let it fail if it's going to fail?
A lot of the clubs in New York City will put the phone in a bag, which I prefer.
Oh, really?
You know, we also have people at the door if any time. Like it's happening a lot now where, especially since the Netflix special, when I go on stage, I'll see people sneak. Yeah. And I'll stop the show, and I'll just, you know, even somebody in London was doing it. I said, hey, and they're fans.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm like, I appreciate it, but this is my next. I can't have, you know, because and I don't know, you know, I don't know if I'm going to say, and listen, let's be honest, there's people out there that could hurt you. You know, if I say something,
right.
You know, and I'm the type of comic, I'll say something that is looked at as you shouldn't say, because if I'm working something out, I'm just going to say it. I'm not going to be afraid, because I know. You know, I know I know what my heart is. I know who I am. I know what I mean. And if I say something that somebody finds offensive, that's really on them. I really believe it like that.
If they come to see you.
If you come, like of course I'm not going to go out of my way. To do, but if I say something and I feel it, I'm not doing it maliciously, and you need to know that. But if you tape that, I can't have other people, you know, looking at it.
Because out of context. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense.
And I love how memorized and choreographed your acts can be. But also, you're learning on the fly as well. And you talk about Bill Burr. I just saw him here in Philly a couple of weeks ago, a month ago. And it was great because clearly he's working on something. And there is a special that's coming out. And he has this joke that he's working on. And then he threw out this word that he clearly hadn't used before. He cracked himself up on the stage. Stop for a sec. He goes, I have to remember that for tomorrow night. You know, because it was just something that cracked him up, and it made the joke that much better. But, you know, clearly, you know, even though he's talking to 20,000 people in a crowd or whatever, he's still, you know, working on stuff. Yeah. And we put our phones in a bag, which I'd never done that before. Like one of those. Yeah, it's got like a lock on it and everything.
Like when you go to a movie screening where they have the embargo. Yeah. And they won't let you bring anything in.
Yeah.
Casey just said something that I've always been curious. I never really thought about to ask a comedian. He's talking about Bill cracking himself up. Do you have to crack yourself up? You know what I mean? For your joke to hit, is it got to be really funny to you? You know what I mean? That's kind of a weird question to ask.
No, because like I know what you mean. Like there are certain times when I'm really having fun, and I do a lot of what he was talking about too, which is a really smart observation. Is it's called writing on stage. I do that a lot. Like I'll literally get off stage and realize I just have 3 new minutes just because of a riff, you know. But
is that different than crowd work? I mean, or does it come from that?
It could come from that.
Okay,
it could come from that. Like I was in London, and there was a woman to the right of me. And she goes, I used to make you sandwiches. right?
All right.
And I'm going.
I love that already.
I'm going. And the first thing I'm thinking of is, you better not have some kid here that's mine. And so, hello, Daddy. Mommy told us about the sandwiches, right? I want to meet my stepbrother, and sister. So I did that.
Yeah.
And then, but it turned into a 15-minute, then I would call it back, then I go, and then it got to a point where I was literally stomping, crying, laughing myself, but it was so genuine and real.
Yeah.
But what you're asking too is, are there times where I'll go into a bit, no, I don't have to laugh at it. I can I can be like, oh, I think this is
this is a
something
good one.
here, or this is something that I think maybe may click with them. But then you get from that moment with the woman saying she made me sandwiches, and what it was she went to high school with me, she worked in the food court in the mall, and she worked in a sandwich place, and I went there years ago, and she made me a sandwich, and she told me the name and all that. But because of that,
it's such a weird lead.
It's so weird, and to be on stage and have
to hear that.
in
London.
I was on stage. I was on stage in Chicago, and a woman said, "I used to be engaged to your father," and she did. She was. I said, so my father's path came to haunt me. I'm in Chicago.
Wow.
But those things can happen, and when they do, I've learned. I've been in this enough now, because when you're younger, you can't. When you're younger at it, you don't realize that you can, what you can do with it.
Right.
Now I have the experience to where I'm able to see that, and then sometimes it could actually turn into a universal joke that could make the next hour, or it just lives for that moment, and it's just that organic, amazing thing that happened, and you just leave it at that, and that's okay
you
too.
build up that sense. Years ago, so I did stand up for a while, and one of the things that a lot of people don't get is that a lot of times you're talking about, it's funny. You don't have to laugh at it, but that's why a lot of times if you're hanging out with comedians, they'll just, that's funny.
They won't laugh.
You're not going to get a laugh. That's funny. And that you'll get that assessment,
I've had a comedian in the crowd just staring at me like they wanted to fight me. And then afterwards, they were like, dude, can I buy you a drink? That was the most hilarious thing, right? Because what they were doing is they're looking at it the way like a football coach looks at film.
Sure.
They're looking at it like that, you know? And another thing I learned is family members, and this pisses me off.
Yeah.
Family members will never give up to you because of how much they know you. So the people that love you the most, they may say, sometimes one of my brothers will always laugh, but they're watching and they're kind of, and I'll be like, I just killed it. I just got a standing ovation. No, that was really good.
Really good.
Paul.
Funny.
Are you still doing that comedy thing? Right? Are you still doing that?
Yeah. My mom's like, she's the best, but she's definitely like, religious Christian.
Yeah.
She goes, Paul, we saw your Netflix special, Nocturnal Admissions, and it was just really, really good, but can you just stop cursing for me? and I love her so much, and I'm just like, probably not. I'll try to tone it down, and I love you, but come on, Mom.
Yeah.
It's my bread and butter.
All right. Well, listen, Paul is going to be, like I said earlier, at Punchline on Thursday nights when the show is. Is it just the one show?
Just doing one show this Thursday at the Punchline. Come out. It's one of my favorite things, and like I said, I'm bringing a new hour, so one of my favorite cities.
You got you have a lot of fans here. A lot of people are texting in about how much they love you and they love watching your podcast or interacting with Bill. You guys do some stuff together.
Well, I have two podcasts. One, The Verzi Effect, and one is kind of more lean towards sports that I co-host with Bill Burr. But I also appreciate, sometimes you come into the radio, to be honest, and it's just like those things.
I know,
It's like, hey, get him in. Hey, yeah, great. He's going to be over at Yucky's. Have a great time with him. Go see him. Tell Fred at the bar. So you guys were like, this was really nice, and I appreciate it on a Monday.
Excellent. Well, so do we. Thank you, man.
All right.
It's a good
Thank
hang.
you for having
Appreciate
me.
it. Paul Verzi, guys. Get tickets at punchlinephilly.com for that show on Thursday. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us because You Who Loop's coming up.
Preston and Steve.
It is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians, or most successful stand-up comedians, really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're okay, it's people are going to be hanging in here. That is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it.
Right.
You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Like sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated, and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around in conversation.
Best segue I've ever heard.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh, no.
He's not there. And the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious
that wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like I think what happens. Let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like to be nice to this person, to be. Like she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter of factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out? Would you?
I would try to. I really would. Hopefully, try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
no.
your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I could get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just be something completely
different? Can I get serious?
Whatever.
Whatever
you want.
Let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that There's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to city hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
he would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually, people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, "All right, I'll be there in 16 minutes," and it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you later.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
You know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff, it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this vibe where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band.
Yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
how much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
there
is
are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2, 3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all. Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them, though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him?
You know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. you know, you don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
like let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. You know, just to do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But she's
been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the
Jeff
reason.
Ross. By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Preston, about 5 years ago. Can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it.
I bumped into him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, "I'm sorry." I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, "One day," he goes, "I don't care if it's 5 years. You're gonna say something, then I'm gonna call it back, and I'm gonna put it right in your face." And that's exactly, I guess and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
Never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh, well, Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, "Why don't you treat me more like the dog?" So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, "Does that work?" I go, "Well, I think I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something." I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working.
We are about 9 minutes away from another shot at winning $1,000. So why don't we do the B file, and then we'll move into that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything that you need for a great party or tailgate. You can order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This is a pretty disturbing story. A woman had a near-death experience when she was stabbed in the head with a pair of scissors by a stranger in North Hollywood earlier this week. Los Angeles police say the man's scissors were lodged in the victim's skull and narrowly missed her brain. The stabbing was one of 2 attacks allegedly committed by the man that day. Suspect Jonathan Lewis Cole was arrested after police say he threw a pickle jar at another woman just a few blocks away from the scene of the stabbing.
I'd rather be on the pickle jar.
I think so. The stabbing victim and the attacker were walking on the street when the suspect lunged toward her and shoved a pair of scissors into her head.
Jeez.
Surveillance video captured the encounter. The victim stumbled into a restaurant where she received help from people inside.
Those are the 2 things your parents told you never to run with in the house.
Yep.
Scissors and a pickle jar.
The victim, identified as a woman in her 20s, was hospitalized with a fractured skull, and she is now in stable condition.
It's horrible.
PD added that she didn't know Cole. So after the stabbing, police say Cole went northbound and attacked a woman at a bus stop near a grocery store. He allegedly pulled out a pickle jar from his bag and threw it at her. The jar shattered and hit the woman's shoulder, but it appeared she was not seriously injured. The woman's boyfriend chased after the suspect. Cole was then detained by the grocery store security until LAPD arrived and arrested him. They have video connecting Cole to both attacks. Cole is homeless, appears to be suffering from mental illness, and he was arrested on attempted murder charges.
God.
A real estate agent trying to sell a vacant property in Washington State found a body of a dead woman inside while showing the house to prospective buyers.
She loved it so much she didn't want to leave.
Just trying to turn it into a positive, right?
And here's the mausoleum.
Several people were viewing the house in Camas on Sunday when they made the horrific discovery. Deputies arrived at the scene to find a deceased female who had what appeared to be a gunshot wound. The Major Crimes Unit was contacted to launch a homicide investigation. Residents in the local area were interviewed, and a possible person of interest was identified. On Monday, the person of interest was found dead in Oregon in an apparent suicide by what investigators believed was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Wow. The investigation is continuing with the assistance of several police departments in Oregon. A man attending a wedding at Glenmora National Golf Course in Moosic, Pennsylvania, recently parked his car in the creek, fronting the club's 17th green following a fight with his wife.
Parked it in the creek?
Yep. According to the reports, the man's wife got out of the car, walked onto the golf course following their disagreement. He pursued in the family's Chevy sedan, eventually plunging over the rock outcropping into the hazard below.
There!
The police were called to respond to the disturbance, but in the upset of the century, the man was reportedly sober. No damage was done to the course, and no charges were filed. The vehicle, however, did need to be winched from the creek. It just seems like it was an accident. In the end, the only official repercussions handed down was to the members whose wedding was being held at the club. They have been allegedly barred from hosting any other events on club property for 2 years. But I tell you what, man, I have been on a golf course before and almost driven into a fairway bunker, a sand trap. Just because I couldn't see it.
Can't tell. Yeah.
Couldn't see it. And, like it comes on a downslope on the other side.
Yeah.
And, I saw my life flash before my eyes. But sometimes there's creeks and things that you can't see.
Right.
Generally, you shouldn't drive your car on the golf course. But nonetheless, I could see where this guy had this accident. A Jersey City fugitive from justice made herself easy to find. She applied for a job with the Hudson County Sheriff's Office, a law enforcement agency that specializes in picking people wanted for outstanding warrants.
Hey, coincidence, I'm actually a fugitive myself.
Zamea Johnson was charged with being a fugitive from justice on Tuesday. She was wanted by authorities in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, for failure to appear in court on charges of fraud and an additional 10 bench warrants for failure to appear in court on traffic charges in Jersey City.
You going to hold that against me?
She had applied for employment as a security guard with the sheriff's office. After confirming the validity of the warrants, a detective took her into custody. During the routine inventory of Johnson's property following her arrest, sheriff's officers discovered that she was in possession of 2 credit cards believed to be stolen and was subsequently charged with credit card theft.
Whoopsie.
The U.S. Postal Investigative Service has also launched an investigation since Johnson previously worked for the Postal Service, too.
She's still waiting by the phone to see if she got the gig.
Adventures with Purpose and Chaos Divers is a group of divers. They're called Adventures with Purpose and Chaos. Found a body Saturday in the Allegheny River, that of 54-year-old Todd Domino. This was from a week ago. But the search isn't over because last Friday, Doug Bishop, the lead diver, said, we also discovered over 100 vehicles in the river as well.
These guys are amazing.
Yeah. Are these the same ones that found the guy in
I'm not 100%
Park?
sure if it's the exact same group or not. You recognize that name?
The name I recognize, yes.
Okay. They don't know how many cars ended up here. He said, they ended up there, but they had their suspicions. Bishop said organized crime from over the years of car dumping and so forth can really be the only thing that could explain so many cars within such a region.
Yeah, they'd found the car that was submerged near a restaurant case, right? That's the one.
In Delaware County.
Yep.
Now they're going through each one of the cars looking for leads. Bishop said with VIN numbers, license plates, make and model identifiers, and so forth. We'll process that with Pittsburgh PD so that case detectives, homicide detectives, and so forth can make sure that we know exactly what it is we're dealing with. The divers originally came looking for missing person Janet Walsh, and they did that for Bunny Lee, who has been missing. Janet Walsh, and also another person named Bunny Lee, who's been missing since 2013. Divers will be extra vigilant looking for Lee's car, so they're trying to track them down. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you.
Steve, did you happen to see? I don't know if it was Venice, because I feel like it was a canal where the Parks Department went through to clean out the canal from all the junk that falls in there, and there was a barge with what looked like 1,000 bicycles that had been just
tossed. Maybe somebody stole a bike, and then they were just going to toss it in the canal. And so I guess every couple of years or so they'll go through and they'll clean it out. But it was filled.
Nice.
You know, you had that was 3 Pennsylvania stories in a row at the end of the B file there, Preston. You had,
I didn't notice that.
Moosic, you had Monroe County, and then the Allegheny River. And normally it's like Florida man, but that was like Pennsylvania man.
Good point.
3 in a row.
We're starting to catch up.
I hope not.
You never know.
You had the music in you.
You had the music?
That's good.
I like that. Oh, is that the name of the town? Music?
Moosic.
Moosic.
It's right next to
But it's like the New Radicals. You got the music. You got the music in you.
I was thinking of the other song.
Oh.
Yeah. I got the music in me.
I got the music in me. I got the music in me. That was Kiki D. I think
we're the only ones
that
that know
song.
it.
Yeah, I think we are. So we have a new Daily Rush video. We still have about a minute left before we can get into the Yoo-Hoo Loot. But new Daily Rush video. It's just called Preston's Horse. It says, remember when Preston and Steve brought a live horse into the studio? This is exactly like that, but without an actual horse and just 2 cups.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember this.
Oh, when you played Cups, you played the song. And we said it sounded like a horse.
When was I playing
horse
the song?
trotting.
with Cups?
You're doing the classic Holy Grail.
How long ago was
No,
that?
then we asked you to do it again, and you were like, no, but I could do it with the 2 cups.
Yeah, I was doing, yeah.
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 God, we're stupid.
Because we asked you to do the Cup song, but you said you forgot it.
Yeah, I don't remember. I could go back and watch a video and learn how to do it again, but
Hey.
Why?
I'm not going to right
Are you
now.
guys proud of me? I just remembered something.
Yeah.
Kathy remembered
Maybe
something.
having your back broken has helped.
Yeah. All right, it's 10 o'clock, so we can do this now.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
The word is grand, G-R-A-N-D, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. You can also enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com, and 1 random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Each winner gets called from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is all sponsored by Horizon Services. So I'll give you that word again. It's grand, G-R-A-N-D, as in $1,000. So please, by all means, enter it, and let's find out if you win within the next few minutes. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second with the lesson question, with the trash, with the music news. We'll be right back.
Right over to the neighbor's yard. Sure. Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was a bad dog. I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah.
But
We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look like out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, but everybody, the farm is put to sleep.
Yep,
Yeah.
the dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah. I think it's
they kill it.
I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not
Or a
able
dog,
to be.
or for a kid, the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever. It has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And you're.
Well,
I'll tell you what it is.
Try it.
When we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other.
Yeah.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember, he said, they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, go, what's the game? You know, and he said, it's effing. It's called. He said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said from
No,
City
I wasn't paying
Hydration?
attention.
So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what, sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
You know, and I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called, if you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay. It's true. Because, you know, they don't just put, if it says, you know, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
A moron.
Yeah.
A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi?
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I did work at Dairy Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, you know, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a loss, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It said 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That 4
is enough.
3 sample limit.
I think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a
Sure.
slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do
stuff
that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4
Yeah.
or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
Yeah,
what it's
but
for.
you're
One of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one taste as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
gonna not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm gonna say
4 samples.
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You have to go. You don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here.
Yeah.
I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm as a fan of the show and honored to be here.
Right.
I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall. Costco, you can go
Yeah.
around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco, I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah, the
What did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, they told me this, whether
Yes.
it's true or not,
Right.
it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clone. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak to
You
that.
were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry though?
I was just to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff, and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a shot.
So that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called a gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them. And obviously, the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So
Yeah.
Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, what? Oh, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah.
That never happened. Former Sam and Cat star Jeanette McCurdy has signed a 2-book deal now that her memoir, I'm Glad My Mother Died, has become a hit. McCurdy says she's already hard at work on the new book, which is titled, Yay, My Uncle Has Cancer.
Wow.
And finally, Olivia Wilde turned heads in a very sheer crystal-studded gown while attending the second annual Academy Museum Gala on Saturday night. Sir Ben Kingsley described Wilde's outfit, saying, quote, it looked like bubblegum rockets launching off of her bibbies. It's a Hollywood trend.
Her bivvies.
Yeah, that's what he called them.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to the lesson question. What does Kathy's new nickname, OTP, Stand for 215-263-WMMR's number. And we got Mike who's going to take a shot at it. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Morning, guys.
All right, buddy. OTP.
Hi, Mike.
What does that stand for?
Old tight pelvis.
Yeah. Old tight pelvis. Hang on, Mike. Got yourself a pair of tickets for the Philly Burger Brawl. It's on Sunday, Xfinity Live. You can enjoy unlimited samples of burgers from over 60 of the area's leading restaurants and chefs, plus live music and activities all day. Tickets are on sale now. You can go to WMMR.com and use the keyword burger. Enjoy, and it says early bird tickets as well available for $35 now through Labor Day. Huh?
That's cool.
What? No.
That is a long time.
Okay. Proceeds benefit. I wouldn't count on that whole $35 and early bird tickets things, guys. By the way, proceeds benefit the Philly Parks and Rec. I know that, the At-Risk Teen Initiative, and the school district.
I'm going to have to fix that.
School district of Philadelphia's after-school program.
Happy 4th of July, everybody.
All right. Anyhow, let's get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
It's totally out of private parts.
Yeah.
And their grand opening is this week. All right. Music news is brought to you by Family and Company. Sorry. Yeah, I trust that the information is correct, and it's the beginning of the week, and I just go into it cold.
It is on Sunday, though.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Head to Viraggio Bridal Sale November 3rd through the 5th for huge savings on Viraggio engagement rings. You can save hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars at South Jersey's Diamond Destination. So we'll start with this. Tom DeLonge tweeted on Saturday that the new Blink-182 album is their most progressive yet. The vocalist wrote, new Blink-182 album has some of the most progressive and elevated music we've ever had. In honesty, I'm holding my breath for you to hear these other songs. Edging is fun and a perfect way to remind you of the fun again, but just you effing wait. Meanwhile, Matt Skiba, who filled in for DeLonge during his hiatus from the band, wrote on Instagram that he's happy that the classic trio is back together. The Alkaline Trio singer captioned the cover art for Edging with, I'm sure there's a joke in here about releases and happy endings I'm missing, but I am truly grateful for my time with Blink, and I am truly happy you guys are a band and a family.
Oh, that's very nice. Very classy.
Very big of him to do that. I teased this earlier. Green Day is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their triple platinum fifth album, Nimrod. The Nimrod 25th anniversary edition box set includes the original album, one disc of previously unreleased demos, and a live set from the Electric Factory here in Philadelphia, recorded on November 14th, 1997.
Wow.
1 month after Nimrod's release. Yeah, it's pretty damn cool, man.
That is amazing.
So that came from the Electric Factory. The Nimrod 25th anniversary edition is due out January 27th, 2023.
What's the derivation of the word Nimrod? Do you know? I've known that phrase. When you call someone a Nimrod,
Yeah,
you're calling
that's a
them
good
an
question.
idiot.
By
But I
the
think
way,
it has a history to it.
I was looking at the cover art for Nimrod, and it was a big yellow sticker that said Nimrod on it that was put over the covers of Faces. And I'll never forget this because Trey Cool came into Y100 that year, 1997. And I remember him walking through the office, and he had those Nimrod stickers, and he was going up to pictures on the walls.
Yeah.
And platinum album sales awards and things, and just slapping the stickers on them,
Right,
and just
stuff.
putting them over things. And he was just like, he was being very punk,
right,
when he did it, And we were kind of, it was like funny, but then we were like, dude, we're gonna have to peel that crap off, man.
Yeah. Legit stuff we wanted,
but it was also kind of cool to have Trey Cool put that sticker there, So, nonetheless, 1997 is when that happened.
Steve, you're not going to believe it, but it actually dates to Looney Tunes. Nimrod does, gaining the meaning that it has today. So originally, Nimrod was a biblical and he was the son of Noah, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
And it was a hunter.
Noah's son's name was Nimrod?
Was Nimrod, yeah. So he's
I
a
knew
bit of-
Shem, Ham, and Jacob were the other ones.
And then
Ham,
the
Ham, Shem,
Jonas
and Jacob.
brothers.
Yeah.
great grandson of
Nimrod was the one who put a hole in the ark by
Hey,
accident.
you,
Yeah.
Nimrod.
Hey, Nimrod!
He was the son of Cush, and
These are all the animals
Come
here.
on! Oh my God.
and the great grandson of Noah. And then in 1932, there was a Looney Tunes cartoon where they were talking about him. Elmer Fudd was a Nimrod because it was the highlight between the difference between a mighty hunter and a poor little Nimrod. So Bugs was making fun of Elmer Fudd, and then it sort of worked its way into popular culture.
Is that wild?
Because Daffy Duck then called Elmer Fudd my little Nimrod
Who put the hole in the boat?
in the 1948 short "What Makes Daffy Duck."
Nimrod?
It was Nimrod. I'm sorry, Dad.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, Dad.
All right, I had no idea it had biblical ties to
It's
it.
pretty amazing.
Red Hot Chili Peppers fans are reveling in the new double album Return of the Dream Canteen, an arguably more varied and varied musical snapshot of the band than its Unlimited Love collection, also released this year. And guitarist John Frusciante shed some light on his major influences, telling Guitar World, I really love the band Genesis, their prog stuff, as well as their pop stuff, too. And their keyboardist, Tony Banks, I put him up there with the Beatles as far as really coming up with imaginative chord progressions all over the place. He's really one of the most masterful chordsmiths that I think we've ever had.
I didn't know he was. I'm a huge Genesis fan. That's cool to hear that.
He went on to say he makes these chord progressions that are so fluid, they're more like a melody than they are a chord progression. And I definitely became really fluent in that style of progression during the time that I wasn't in the band. Regarding his six-string influences, Frusciante revealed, I really love guitar players like Randy Rhoads and Eddie Van Halen for the way that they could make their instrument explode through hand and whammy bar techniques. But I also really like the way people like Black Flag's Greg Ginn or Kurt Cobain play without it being so much about technique, although there are all kinds of unconventional techniques in there. But the focus is definitely a more visceral thing, apparently. Whammy! So, yeah, whammy. Let's see here. Bob Dylan talks in depth about Pete Townshend's 1965 breakthrough hit for The Who, My Generation.
Yeah, thank you.
The legendary tune is but one of many analyzed in Dylan's first new book in 18 years titled The Philosophy of Modern Song. The book is comprised of 60 essays featuring Dylan's musing on other popular musicians, including Stephen Foster, Elvis Costello, Hank Williams, and Nina Simone, among many others. Dylan has been working on the manuscript for the past decade. An excerpt says, speaking of My Generation, said, this is a song that does no favors for anyone and casts doubt on everything. In this song, people are trying to slap you around, slap you in the face, vilify you. They're rude, and they slam you down, take cheap shots. They don't like you because you pull out all the stops and you go for broke. You put your heart and soul into everything and shoot the works because you've got energy and strength and purpose. Because you're so inspired, they put the whammy on.
The whammy?
It actually says that, Casey, so
God.
go ahead.
I don't have it. I've moved along.
You
But
moved on from whammy? Okay.
I did. I moved to this one.
Go yourself, San Diego.
Okay.
So
it's always applicable.
They put the whammy on. They're allergic to you, and they have hard feelings. And just your very presence reels them. They give you frosty looks, and they've had enough of you. And there's a million others like you multiplying every day.
He had a lot to say about it.
That's what he got. That's what he got from My Generation, which is indeed a groundbreaking song. And then one last thing. I thought this was kind of a fun thing to end on. There's a legendary 1978 photo of Eddie Van Halen and David Lee Roth in front of McDonald's. And I've seen the picture before. But what I didn't know is it was taken outside of the first McDonald's in St. Louis and has now officially been hung up in the restaurant. Franchise number 71. The classic shot features the two musicians holding hamburgers and McDonald's bags in the snowy parking lot while on the road to support the Van Halen debut album. And it's this weird picture of the two of them together.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, well, I think once you see it, you may have seen it before. It's this weird. Yeah, here's a picture of them.
Maybe I have.
And
I love that.
So they've now hung it up in the restaurant where that picture was taken out in front. So.
Come on, guys, take a picture.
And there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We're going to wrap up the program. We have a new Word of the Week prize. We're going to nude.
Let's get nude, everybody.
Need a new letter to get started with the word. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits, it's become a thing, and the discussion is. If this is going to be something, Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be,
ongoing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
If you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one. Right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now,
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. Now
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down there, right, Preston?
Right.
It's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter, right?
Oh, my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I mean, I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it, oh, yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh, right. I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
It could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey, you're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse. Like, my sister's a nurse, so she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over. He goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first. but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is that, is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So, listen, I've gotten used to dropping trow and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have it at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half and you have a time and you've got things to do during your day and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be, because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this, where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
What if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
Whoa. So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes, but the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, really?
Well, are there USB cameras that you can, right? Maybe you want to have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
Steve, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean, all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So you know how, like, if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know. Like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Case is going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill.
Yes.
See? Just make sure, like, your hands aren't in the picture, too, because then you look like you have these huge, giant hands.
Do you ever see, like, the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. Oh my God,
I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44.
That's 20 years.
And here's how it went down. She posted a shot of herself, and he commented with a princess emoji, and a follower remarked, "You're 44 years old." And she responded, and yet he got it. There you go.
That's awesome stuff. I love that kind of byplay on social media. And yet he got it.
And yet he got it. Wow.
Little Women. I'm so little.
Zach Braff.
Let's see. Little Women already did that one.
Little Women, you came back. You made a mistake.
I did.
It's okay. Little Women make mistakes too.
Let's go over Vanessa Hudgens. She gave recent ex Austin Butler a taste of what he's missing on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so help me out with this.
Okay, anything on Instagram just is awesome.
She posted a series of shots of herself in a suit.
In like a three-piece men's suit?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Writing Thirsty Thursday. Y'all, LOL. I don't really have many picks that qualify, so everybody's feeling good.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason to celebrate within our city. If you're a sports fan, obviously, everything's going in the right direction. Everything is going in the right direction. I mean, every single team. The Union, the Flyers, even the Sixers get started tomorrow. There's excitement around that, but obviously the Phils and the Eagles are the toast of the town right now.
It's amazing. It really is.
But this is all great stuff right now, so enjoy. Take it in, every bit of it. In fact, we're going to talk to an expert here in just a second to get off.
Sports up, everybody.
Sports up, mother
I
effer.
don't know. What do you want from me? Jesus.
Speaking of which, I want to thank Jamie Apodi from 6ABC. We did talk sports with the Sports Authority, and she was she went through the entire boarding process on the plane while we were talking to her.
It's pretty amazing.
It just from hanging out in the gate area to actually getting in and sitting in her middle seat. She's headed off to San Diego to get ready for the first game, which is tomorrow, by the way. So it was nice to have her on. And Paul Verzi was great.
Yeah.
First time hanging out with him, and he was fantastic. He's going to be in town at Punchline on Thursday at 8 o'clock for a show. You can go to punchlinephilly.com for more details. And we turn to you and say, how was your weekend, sir?
Fine, thank you. I hosted a dog look-alike contest in Ardmore on Saturday morning.
Oh, that's cool.
They had a little Halloween contest where people would dress up their dogs, and there was a category of dogs that look most like me.
Like you?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Did anybody dye their beards to match or anything?
No,
okay, all right.
No, none of the dogs look like me. Although I look like a dog, but none of those dogs look like me. But that was fun. And then yesterday was the AIDS Walk, and we did very well, over $300,000 raised, thanks to all the people that came out.
That's excellent.
Beautiful day.
Did you have 2 morning activities on the weekend in a row?
It was brutal. I cannot tell you the state of post-traumatic stress that I am in even now.
You were up Saturday morning and Sunday morning.
Yeah, it was wrong. Every aspect of it was wrong. But there you go. And I had a doctor's appointment this morning. So I've been up 3 mornings in a row early.
It's just not right.
It's not right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't keep track of all this crap. You kids make me sick.
Wow, it's got
Straighten
worse.
up.
All right.
Play the goddamn game.
All right, let's do the letter? Play that game? All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
B as in beautiful.
All right, and that is the very first letter of the week, and we have 5 of them to go all together, I should say. And we're giving away a Piezeek round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. And Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery, which is online at landisbc.com. So we'll give that away on Friday. Do you have some things planned for today?
I do. We've got You Who Loot at noon at 3 o'clock. We will have workforce blocks of Chris Cornell and Live and Bob Dylan.
Excellent. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And also brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Wherever you're watching the game, score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. It's not just a hoagie. It's a primo. Tomorrow on our program, Tattoos Day. So we'll be giving away some Preston and Steve Show ink, and we'll fill in the blanks to see what else we can get into on a fine Tuesday morning together. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.